So
Band-aid on your.
you can if you want. Bring it up there at a time.
I want to forward it to somebody that can click on it.
Yeah, there's. Yeah.
Yeah, you got full permission to kick on. Just can't pick my nose. Obviously, I can't either. I know. You lost Bill.
Oh.
Right.
We'll do a spring.
Yeah, I'll try to keep an eye on that time.
Yeah, and there's some similarity in how they do it and how we do it.
All right, good morning. Today is November 15th, 2023. The time is now 9:01 a.m. I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. I will call this meeting of the board to order. And if you would join me for the pledge and for the invocation, please. Andy, could you lead us in the pledge?
I say.
Allegiance to the flag. To the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you join with the invocation, please. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning, Lord, and we thank you for this beautiful day that you've given us. We thank you for the beauty of your creation you placed around us. We thank you that we're able to come together here today to take care of business. We ask that as we gather here today, that you would be present with us. We ask that you would work in each and every heart here, that you would give us your wisdom, your discernment, your knowledge. We ask, Father, that you would work your will out, and we just pray that you would just show your peace and your presence with us all here today. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Kelly, could we get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Day,
Present.
Commissioner Kanda.
Here.
Commissioner F,
Present.
County Attorney Dan Slater,
Here.
and Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper present.
Thank you. And audience introduction, we'll start right up here in the front and work our way back.
Bill Parker.
Matt Miles.
Joni Wilcox.
Yes.
Beth Lins. Heather Evans. Ayla Day. Amy Perschbacher.
Stephen Wilcox. Ben Harper.
Brad Holtzley.
Nikita Phillips. Vivian Waffles. Carol Vininger.
Herb Coburn.
Deb Adams. Johnny Weedman. Betsy Taylor. Leslie Miller.
Pete Miller. James Gilbert.
Joy Anderson. Nadine Peterson.
Len Arrigo. Ken Kozlov.
And I believe we had another one through the door here that we didn't catch. Yeah. Thank you. And I believe we,
Did you catch the last one, Kelly?
No. No, no.
and we have some people online. I would ask that if anyone goes to speak later, that I would ask that they identify themselves for the record. For those online as well, to be recognized, please raise your hand online, and I will check on that. So I see John, when we go to have public comment, I will recognize you, sir. Okay, amendments to the agenda. I would have one right off the bat here. I neglected to get an item on the agenda. Beth Lenz is here along with Heather Evans. They are from Upper Arkansas Area Council of Governments. she was here to present and on the grants,
Regional grant navigation.
regional grant navigator, and she has a short presentation for us. I would like to add her to the agenda if I may.
Under new business.
Under
First
new
one.
business, I would like to have it fairly soon in the agenda under new business if I could.
Hey, by me.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. My apologies again for not getting you on the agenda.
And then I would like to bring public comment guidelines forward right after that.
So we'll move that up.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Make it the second item under new business.
Would work for me, for you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Make my notes so I don't mistake that. Any other amendments to the agenda?
None for me, sir.
Okay. We have no minutes to approve. Commissioner items, Commissioner Rep,
None, sir.
Commissioner Kenda.
Breaking news on Bunker Hill.
All righty. The saga continues.
Actually, there is a meeting happening at 10:30 with Vince Cook on the top of Bunker Hill with the guys that are going to repair it. And so they're taking a look at it. He sent pictures and they're going through it today. And then as soon as they get that done and we understand what they'll do to repair it, we already have the cost of the materials. So I'll be bringing that forward as soon as I can to get it approved and underway. So that's the breaking news so far. Other thing, as I asked you the last meeting to pick a day for a Zoom call on with the engineer we've got hired, architect for the Justice Center, final meeting for that for the year. So it will be by Zoom and we can do it anywhere. You can do it if you're at home or whatever. Let's pick a day and I'll set it up and then I'll get the note out to everybody else that's on the committee.
Okay.
So if you got an idea here before the close of the meeting, we can talk about the last thing.
Okay, yeah, we were gonna do that after the meeting and we didn't have time.
Right.
The other day.
So we'll set that up. Airport crack seal underway again. We closed our airport this morning. They had to stop in the middle a week ago because the cracks had gotten without being sealed soon enough, had gotten too deep. Took a lot more oil, and so they had to go grab the oil, and it was hard to get because it's not readily available either. But it's back in work, and they're going to be finishing that up today and tomorrow, and restriping the cracks with the stripes. Part of the deal we got. So that's underway, and that's all the breaking news I have for now.
All righty then. Couple of quick things. Parts have been ordered for the generator down there at the Vermont Tower site. That invoice came in and was before they would go ahead and order the parts, they needed a signature on that invoice to proceed with that. So I signed that and got that sent back. And then UCOG, I met with Heather here the other day in regards to what we need to finish up on some of these two mini grants that we have out on the recycling roofs. And then also for the grant period coming up for 2024. And so I don't know if any of that will be part of the discussion here with Beth, but Beth, I think, has some other very helpful information that she will be presenting to us here in a minute. That's all I have.
I do have not breaking news, but it's an item that I should mention. I was at the Upper Arca Water Conservancy District meeting last Thursday. They had a final presentation on the 2D study they did on raising the level of the lake 4 feet out there at Lake Louise. That's been, they finished that project, got the cost estimates, $4 million to do it. And I asked them where they're gonna get the money, and they said, well, that's a good question, because it's gonna take $4 million that they don't have. It comes from selling water later, and other people that will invest in it. They feel comfortable they will be able to get it. I asked them to present that up here. There's no impact to any homes right now. And they went through the study that in order to survive 1,000-year flood, and the water rush and all that would occur, was completed, and it passed that right now. They need to do a 3D study yet to finalize that. So not going to go any further until they figure out what the rest of the study would yield. So I asked them to come up here, give a presentation. It'd be very useful for people to see. It is help them to augment water in other places as well. That's the last of the news.
All right, good, thank you. Dan, do you have anything for us, sir?
Just a couple of things. I met with Road and Bridge this morning, and there's a small section of road that they want to vacate, that we don't maintain, that they shouldn't be part of our system. So I should have a resolution for the board at the next meeting to vacate that road and have a discussion at that point. And then also I've been in conversations with planning and zoning since Clint left. We haven't really done a whole lot in terms of dealing with the more egregious issues that or violations of the county ordinance, and I think we'll start getting me involved a little more in some of those more egregious problems that we're having in terms of ordinance compliance in the county.
All right, thank you, sir. You have anything, Kelly?
I do not.
Unfinished business, finance report.
Let me bring that. So financial report, the current standing where we're at right now is the adjusted journal entries. We should be close to being done by end of week. We're gonna get a little help from Sam DiNardo on Thursday. There's some line item account numbers that aren't matching up for some of the capital outlay adjustments that need to be made. So we're hoping that he can help us with those. But otherwise, by the end of the week, we're hoping to be finished with those. We're continuing to gather up all the lease information that we can find, and we're gonna go through, and then we're working through the budgets with all the departments. We're set up a workshop this coming Thursday, so tomorrow, for relevant staff with Sam DiNardo to compile the tangible leases for 2022, which is like any property, propane tank, stuff like that. And then the tangible and intangible leases for 2023, which would, tangible, of course, is like a physical object, and the intangible is software subscriptions. So he's gonna do a class from 9 to noon, something like that, tomorrow with our staff, department heads mainly, and finance department.
They invited others as well that might benefit, right?
Right.
So,
Yeah. We've also set up an 8-hour training and IT help ticket session with our financial software company, CIC, in December. So that's upcoming. Remove, Kevin, I would like it if you could keep your stamp close to your heart. And then I'll take a look at future checks, and then we'll get them stamped, and then we'll approve AP just like we have been. So they won't go out until all three of us approve them. But keep that close to your heart, sir, if you would, please.
Okay.
Financial report upcoming. We got to reconcile the cash to the general ledger with Sam DiNardo's assistance. So we need to set that date on when we're going to do that. bring procurement, somehow into the finance department. That's a little longer out there, but, when you start looking at that, bring the grant administration tracking into the finance department, so make sure that we're, especially the federal ones, we are on top of those. I've got a federal one now I'm trying to chase down. Approve and centralize all the lease information within the finance department, so that we have this available all the time. And can readily have this available when we go to our next audit. Write and approve policies and procedures for the spending and management of all our monies. Contract out payroll administration to ADP or an equivalent company. And then, of course, we'll have a lot more added to the list upcoming, so.
Contract out until we get, a director hired, really, right? Or in the
Contract
meantime.
out, what do you mean?
You said ADP,
ADP, so just payroll.
yeah, right.
Just payroll, so. Yeah, that's it, that's my report.
All right, thank you.
Question?
No questions. It's just a report. We'll have public comment later on.
Could I ask a question about your report?
Not at this
I
time.
know. Later.
Thank you. We'll move on to new business at this time. And, first item of business will be, Beth and Heather and, probably mainly
Should we
Beth.
just stand
So,
up here?
you can stand right where you're
Or
at,
you can
that's
get a
fine.
comfy chair here and
Yeah.
face everybody.
I won't step through the hole, but you must know me.
I'm worried when people get muted.
So I'm Beth Lenz, and I'm the Regional Grant Navigator Specialist for Region 13. What that means is, the state set up, infrastructure through the Council of Governments to provide assistance for local governments in navigating IIJA, so Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, BIL, Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, all of the money that Washington's sending out. So it's my job to help you navigate through that. So one of the ways that I'm doing that is I'm establishing a list of needs for each community. So I would welcome emails. I gave you each my business card. If you have needs as a county, I welcome you to send me those needs. We put them on a list. It's shared with state programs as well as DOLA. We meet with our DOLA regional manager on a monthly basis to discuss the needs that every community has. And it's our job to help you find funding. So, and I can do that through a lot of different ways. So, assistance with writing grants, assistance with grant administration, compliance. So just wanted to introduce myself.
We may even put you on speed dial. How's that? All right.
And then if for the mini grant program,
So my name is
That's
Heather Evans and I'm the Executive Director of the Upper Arkansas Area Council of Governments. We have a whole slew of programs that benefit citizens in that 4-county region or sometimes beyond our region. Mini grants is completely different than the regional grant navigation. So mini grants is money from the DOLA Energy Mineral Impact Fund. We apply every year, every couple of years. We get a pot of money, we're typically awarded. I don't think we've ever been turned down. And then we create a much smaller, simpler grant application that goes out to local governments for small projects that you might have, and it's a 50-50 match, up to 10,000, project max of 20,000. So if you go over that 10,000, you have to pay the remainder yourself. So a couple of the projects that Custer County got approved and is still working on this last year were a roof of the cardboard recycling barn. And what was the other one?
The roof project for the office for the recycling.
Okay, there you
So
go.
they were both roof projects.
There's a variety of projects that are available. I'm happy to talk with folks, you three about what might be needed, what's eligible, what's not eligible. I don't know if our page on the website
It's
It's not up yet, so we've met with our web developer, to try to get that page up on our website, but what we're going to have is examples of what has been done by other communities to kind of get your gears turning as far as what might work here. But I'm available for phone calls, emails, face-to-face meetings, to discuss what is or is not available. I like to let you know before you even bother filling out the application, whether or not it's something that is approvable. Our board ultimately has the decision of whether or not a particular grant is approved, but why waste your time writing something that I know isn't eligible?
I also want to add that sometimes the matching requirement for federal grants can be a barrier in applying for funds. And Colorado has a system in place for the IIJA funds. It's a LOMA fund, it's a local match, and I can help you access those as well.
All right, thank you. And I might just reiterate, I think on what you said, Heather, so she stated that it's, the max on a project is 20,000. They will only match 50% up to 10,000. So there's a $5,000 match. So anything over the 10,000, between 10 and 20, if the project goes over that, would be 100% on the county. So just so nobody's confused about that, so.
Thank you for clarifying, Kevin, and it is a reimbursement basis, but the county does have to come up with the money upfront, and then we reimburse you later.
And that's upon completion of the project, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken.
Completion of the project and providing to us verification invoices of everything that was paid.
Okay.
And, you know, Kevin and Bill, you're both pretty familiar with COG programs. Lucas, if you are not, I'm happy to set up a meeting with you at any time so that you can learn about everything that we provide to Custer County and the other 3 counties in our region.
Awesome, thank you.
So I have a quick question for both of you,
Mhm.
and you sort of covered it. How do people find out? There's more programs than just that one. And not everybody has the benefit of sitting in a very crowded board commissioners room and hearing what's there and then not being able to write it down. So how do people find out, and how do you spread the word?
UAACOG.com.
You're doing only on a website, so the world's gonna have to know. My point is, how do they know there's other programs, and what kind of programs could be considered? It's important to get it out.
So there's a lot of programs that you may
Right.
not know are
Right.
affiliated with the council of governments, the senior nutrition program, the
Area Agency on Aging,
Wet Mountain Valley Rotary Shuttle.
our housing department.
Mhm. That's a few, but now how do you PR it out there? You know, it's more than just our meeting.
We also have a Facebook page. All of my program directors are actively engaged in doing outreach. But as you recall, Bill, because you were at one of our community partners focus groups, that was something that came up that COG hadn't been doing as effectively as we could have been the last few years. And so that's actually part of our strategic planning. We're working on figuring out our priorities right now. But one of those priorities I can tell you is going to be something to do with marketing and outreach.
Sure.
And so we don't have the plan yet, but that is certainly going to be on the agenda for how we can be more effective with that.
Right.
During the pandemic shutdown years, there wasn't a lot of outreach that was happening. Then I arrived at the organization and we increased that significantly, and we have plans to increase that more.
Right, and you see on the news all the time, we got jillions of dollars that they've allocated and they can't spend it. They're not spending it. Which is probably okay, because that causes inflation, but it's a double-edged sword. But that's important. We gotta get people to know. There's people that would be ashamed to fold their tent and leave, and no business, no jobs without
Absolutely.
having the benefit.
Well, and with most of our programs, we do not have an underutilization problem. I can assure you of that. The only thing might be Beth services, but even then, Beth is so busy, she can hardly think straight. And she has been very good at reaching out to, because these funds that she's talking about, they're only available
To local.
local.
Yeah, I know, and that was a good meeting that you participated in and pointed that out. Different meeting.
So Beth has been on top of her outreach for sure.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will wait till you can bring it at public comment. Thank you. All right, our second item would be the discussion of the public comment guidelines.
So we've Custer County has always been fairly free with their public comment times and allowing a lot of open discussion. And where there's a time and place for that, we've gotten too open, a little too free with that. So I've got some guidelines here. I haven't printed it out. I'll do that at another time. But here's the guidelines going forward. If I guess you guys make a motion on this to go forward. But these meetings are business meetings conducted openly and professionally. Please stand and state your name when called upon by the chairman. Until we have a podium and more space to move around, please just stay by your seat and speak from there. I know it's tight space. Thanks for putting up with the tight space. 5 minutes per person, only once per comment period. No one can transfer their speaking time to another speaker. All presentations and comments should be directed to the BOCC. Questions as well. Do not direct questions or comments to anyone other than the 3 commissioners. That's who you're here to address. Avoid personal attacks against another person. Be respectful of the comments of who speak, regardless of whether you agree with their position. Avoid grandstanding and outbursts of applause, cheering, booing, and similar disrespectful displays. On agenda items, the board may suspend public comment by vote at any point other than on public hearings. Public comments are a privilege, not a right. But I'll go back to Custer County has been typically a pretty free, open, public speaking county, and I want to keep with somewhat the spirit of that. So you guys' thoughts.
Thank you. Because I think we can see that if we have no controls at all, that does not work. And you can take the last meeting, for instance, it was a 6-hour meeting. That meeting was, I think we had 2 items of business other than department head reports. Should that have taken 6 hours? It should not have. So I appreciate you bringing some controls back to us to present. Thank you.
Okay, I have some comments too. This first time I've gotten involved, and I think Kevin too, Lucas has discussed that decorum thing. This is the first time he's put together something that with all the details. I agree we need it. However, I think we still need, to be black and white and say 5 minutes, you're out, sometime more. And so if I ask for more, I would expect to have some more discussion in order to make sure I understand it well enough. And that I would think that would be the case in your cases too. So that's what I would say. And I think I welcome public comment, because without it, you don't understand enough of the depth of the issues. And I want to point out, it's not, this room's got a lot of good people in it. Each one of these people represent probably 10 more people behind each one of them that are wanting their point to be made. So they're coming here with, and we're lucky we have them caring about the county enough to be here. So I sure don't want to discourage that participation. And it's one thing to go out and meet with people, but you can't meet with all of them at the same time. And we're lucky to have them focus something here. So thanks for taking a hold of that. And we'll modify it as we go along. If it gets to be too bad in my view, I'll stop it and start again. So I appreciate you taking the lead there, Lucas.
And I think any commissioner that either doesn't understand what the person has said or wants to respond or wants more time should be allowed
I'd be able to do that.
So,
Okay.
Would you care to make a motion?
Well, I'll move that we accept those as you've mentioned, with some flexibility and with the understanding we will adjust it if we have to in the future. I'll move that we do that.
type something up more.
That would be good so that we know what and we may modify it when we see it on the next meeting.
May do that, probably will.
As presented and modified here today for today's vote. So, with the understanding it may need to be
Amended.
amended in the future.
We welcome public comment.
I would second that. Any further discussion here at the table on that?
No.
Okay, I would allow public comment for the item
For public
on the
comment.
floor. I had this one, and then your second. In the back.
Rico, I just have one comment. Public comment is not a privilege, it's a right. Right. You're elected officials. Okay, we come here on our own time. We come here to listen to what's going on in our county. It's our county. We're the ones that, we pay taxes. Okay, we pay your salaries. Public comment is a right, not a privilege, and so I challenge that.
Over here.
I was gonna say exactly what Mr. Arrigo said. And if somebody can show me a statute that says the ability to address your government is a privilege and not a right, I want to see it.
If I can quickly respond.
You may.
The right to petition your government is a constitutional right guaranteed by the United States Constitution. This is not a meeting.
Excuse me, can you speak up, please, so everybody in the room can hear you?
The right to petition your government is a right guaranteed by the US Constitution. This is not a meeting of Custer County. This is a meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Custer County. The only people who have an absolute right to speak at this meeting are the 3 county commissioners, with the exception of items that are designated by law as a public hearing. As Commissioner F has said, this county has a long and rich history of allowing public comment, which is perfectly acceptable, perfectly within the right of the Board of County Commissioners to do. But I think it's important to understand that this is a business meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, and that there's not a right of the public by law to speak at this. That doesn't mean that it's not a good idea for the public to be allowed to speak at these meetings. But we're talking about a right versus a privilege. And you have a right to approach and talk to your elected officials at any time you want. But the board has to conduct business, and that's the purpose of this meeting.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Miles.
Matt Miles. I've got a pile of papers 2.5 feet high that involve issues that have been spoken about and addressed at these county commission meetings. Okay, when I came in here, I said, there's no table. Is there anywhere I got a table I can put some of my stuff down? No. So I would suggest this motion is a little premature because we don't have a podium yet. And I would ask that you just hold off on the motion until we get us a podium so we can come up and address the commission like we would address the judge in the courtroom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did
No,
someone else
I was
first?
pointing at you, Amy.
Amy Kirschbacher. I have been in my role as the school district business manager to hundreds of board meetings. Some of those, of course, because you're dealing with taxpayer money, you're dealing with people's children, are going to have some times when they are contentious. However, that board did put in place some limits so that business could be conducted. I commend Commissioner Lucas for bringing those forward because the optics here for the meetings that have been taking place begins to feel like select members of the public are running the county and not our elected officials. And no matter how highly qualified we are, no matter our best heart interests, this is not our job. We are supposed to offer suggestions, ideas, bring problems to the table that we see. If we see something that we're concerned about, of course, I think that we need to say that. And I think also that time, people can generally say what they need to say within a 5-minute time limit. If there needs to be an exception to that rule so that you can still conduct your business, I think that that's fine. That's within your prerogative. However, when your meetings have been hijacked and they go on for hours, beating the same dead horse that is flat as a pancake and has been for months, it is time to move on, folks. It is time to let our elected officials that we all tax-paying citizens elected to run this county. Okay, thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Sir.
Herb Kober. I just want to say I totally applaud the motion to control these meetings because you guys have to get business done. You can't get business done when you have everybody complaining about things or talking about things or asking questions. You need to do the business for the county. So I totally support the motion.
Thank you. Joni. Yep. I'll get to you in a second there.
Thank you. I just want to say that I've been coming to county commissioners meetings for over 20 years. And I have never seen what has been happening here lately, ever. I don't even see them in 5th grade student council meetings. Everybody knows to raise their hand, if called upon, speak. If not, be quiet. I come to these meetings to become informed on what you 3 commissioners are working on and doing. I meet with some of you individually and we share ideas, we share differences of opinions, I provide suggestions, you listen, and then you do the work. I don't think we need to come to these meetings to share our ideas. I see these meetings as an opportunity to learn what the county's business is. If I have concerns, I schedule an appointment with 1 or 2 of you and we discuss it. I don't see this meeting on the agenda any purpose other than to follow this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got one online and then I'll get back into the room here. Lisa Frank.
Lisa Frank here. Thank you. I think that the outline that Lucas presented is good. However, I think it's irrelevant to put in that public speaking at these meetings is a privilege, not a right. I just think it's contentious right from the beginning. Why even have it in there? Why does that need to be defined? I would take that one item out, and then you wouldn't have to stir up people's emotion regarding, is it a privilege or a right? So what's the point of it being in there? Other than that, 5 minutes is good. No crosstalk, speak to the BOCC members, great idea. But just take that little irritating item out would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, can I quickly respond to that?
You may, sir.
The reason I asked that be placed into the list, the bullet list that Commissioner F suggested, because I don't want this to create a right that doesn't otherwise already exist. So I wanted to make it clear. Basically, my point here is to try to avoid lawsuits against the county. And that was why I placed that in there, because I don't want to create some sort of quote unquote right that doesn't already exist. That someone can then sue the county because they feel like they didn't get to say what was allowed by this voided list.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Carol.
Okay, I had Carol
Carol Vininger. Lucas, I appreciate your motion. I support it wholeheartedly. I think that none of us in the audience need to have a podium. We can speak. This is not a big room. This is not a big crowd. None of us deserve a table to lay out our materials, intending that that be more important than everybody else in this room. So I urge you to accept and vote on this as presented.
Thank you. Joy,
Joy Anderson, have you researched the statutes on this to see if you have the authority to do this? Like, can you make this decision at a commissioner meeting?
I will tell you that you can make this decision that can shoot.
thank you, sir.
Cause I'm looking at, Colorado Revised Statutes 30-11-107. And it lists the powers of the board. It says the Board of County Commissioners of each county has the power at any meeting, and then it goes through a long list. And I do not see anything on that list that gives you the ability to do this, or to say that we do not have a right to speak in this meeting. It's not in there.
Thank you.
Get Nadine.
Nadine,
Nadine Peterson. I agree that the last BOCC meeting was a little out of hand at times, and it was very long. With a lot of reports. So the part that was most contentious wasn't that one. And I would like to say that this time in our county, which is really messed up because of the lack of leadership from the commissioners and the way the county has been run. I think people do need to be upset at what has happened. And if you have people that are trying to help you and urge you to take action, I think that's a good thing. So if you want to put some limits on meetings and public comment, that's okay. But know that this is a special time in our community.
thank you. Anyone else here in the room? Lisa, your hand is still up, but I assume you did not take it down. Mr. Kenda.
Yeah, I want to make one last comment. I appreciate everybody's comments. You're all spot on. Everybody understands it. And I think we all understand we do need, you've got to be able to regulate a meeting, be able to understand what's going on and get your point across. And that's very important. Also, what Dan pointed out is good, that we do have the right to petition your government. You do. And you can certainly do that. We're not saying you can't do that. If you see something today, that's why we had it before. We said, if there's anything that's not on the agenda that needs to be on there, there's a petition. We're asking you to petition us and we'll put it on as a new agenda item. That's why that got evolved in the first place. So we were trying to bend over backwards, making sure we got it. So please understand, even if it's on something that's on the agenda and didn't get quite described the way you want it, or could bring more benefit for us to make a better decision, let us know, petition us back, get it on the agenda. I want it there personally. And we do have public comment after each of these items that are on the agenda. And I'm glad we had this discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else from you? We vote.
I guess I want to communicate that I value everyone that's here, everyone that's showed up, everyone that shows up to a lot of these meetings, and the input that you give me, not only on a personal basis, but a commissioner basis, whether it's outside this room or inside this room. But But at the same time that I value all that input, this ends up being a business meeting, and we need to move forward so we can get on to other business as well. So, and time for me to talk to other members of the community as well. So I just add that.
Okay, I will ask a question for here at the table. We have a hand up for a second time. We have not voted on this. Would you gentlemen like to allow that?
Absolutely.
All right. Joy,
Joy Anderson. I also put in a request yesterday for an agenda item to be on here about these BOCC meetings and citizen participation. And I noticed I did it then, I gave it before the 24 hours. It was not put on the agenda. I'm curious as to that. And then I come to a meeting and what's being introduced feels like a limitation of our participation. And I just want to say, if we can't come to you during these sessions and call you out on things that are wrong or bring to your attention things like this, like agenda items that were supposed to be on here and today they're not. Or even the things that Mr. Gilbert brought up at the last meeting, which actually I found his comments to be the most beneficial comments out of that entire 6 hours. About following the law and not adding big major agenda items on a given day. But I'm sitting here wondering also, why wasn't an agenda item put on when it was following procedures that you even have listed on this agenda?
thank you.
What was
And
the
I would,
agenda item?
would you like to address it?
So, and I agreed with James Gilbert, and I believe that I made the statement to him, maybe it was privately instead of publicly. I can't remember all the comments I make to people. But I agree that we need to keep that to a very minimum of adding agenda items right during right after the start of the meeting. I don't think that is a show of good faith with the citizens. Unfortunately, we as commissioners make mistakes too. And we didn't realize, and I didn't know that 2 people were going to show up with the BOCC either. So that missed. I didn't see your email till after 9 o'clock. And so we were already past the threshold of putting it forward. And so I apologize that I didn't see it earlier to get it on the agenda items. And I think moving forward, we may need to have a discussion as to when the public needs to get it into us, so we have time to get it, read it, review it, and get it into Kelly in a timely manner. So thank you, Joy.
I might tag on to that a little bit as far as that last part of that item. Somebody needs to silence the cell phone, please.
Wasn't me that time.
Thank you, sir.
Usually is.
You are more than welcome to request items to be placed on the agenda. However, you do not make the agenda. You can request that we put it on. The ones that actually put the items on the agenda are the commissioners. So be cognizant of the fact that just because you request an item to be put on does not necessarily mean that it will be on the agenda. To Lucas's point, get that to us. We really need something, if you want something on the agenda, 2 or 3 days in advance. We don't need it 25 hours before the meeting. We have to have it post. Our requirement is we have to have our agenda posted 24 hours in advance at a minimum. That doesn't mean we make changes to it 24 hours and 2 minutes beforehand. And so if you get that to us, then we can review that and see if it needs to be placed on the agenda and get with Kelly to get that on the agenda. But just because the request is made does not mean that it will be on the agenda. So. Sir.
You want to talk to Lenny first?
Kevin, I just want to,
Hang on a minute, I had asked for Bill's comment
Yeah,
first.
I'll make it real quick, otherwise I'll forget about it. Just along that same point, we should not put things on the agenda ad hoc at the front of the meeting, no questions asked. However, because there's only time that we can talk together like this and have a discussion is in a meeting with the commissioners in public. So sometimes you're gonna have to put up with some poppycock or not. Like Lucas, did you ever get the toilet fixed this weekend? Because that's a business item that we do day to day that does not affect the money that's being spent, other than the money that was wasted by the toilet overflowing onto the carpet. And so I wanted to know, is the flapper valve thing ready? Those things will come up. And in fact, the meeting that you mentioned before, I had believed that when I brought that up, that was an item, and I've discussed that. It looked like to me it was an item just like that. I don't remember what the issue was now. Then we said, okay, well, let's put it on there and talk about it. So, or we can talk about it in commissioners' items like we've done before to fix the toilet valve. Maybe I could have brought it up and asked him and then. So just to let you know, it goes both ways. And you have, and we still want to make sure that like I think the item with that we just put on there probably was more people might have benefited, would have been better to have they understood that we were getting grants that discussed on the UOCOG, that kind of thing. So those are the good points. That's the beauty of having discussion. And I'm glad to see that we're all here to participate in. So thanks.
And I'll call on Lynn and then I will call the question.
Yeah, I just want to bring your attention to the bottom of today's agenda, notice to the public. Please be advised that the BOCC may decide to move into an executive session if the board is authorized to do so under statute 24-6-42. Paragraph 4. To meet publishing deadlines, all agenda items must be submitted no later than 24 hours prior to the BOCC meeting. Any documentation to be presented must be sent in 24 hours prior to the meeting. Okay, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so all Joy did was follow the rules. It's not our rules, your rules. Okay? It's not Joy's fault. Lucas, you didn't read your email. That's your problem, not hers. All we're doing is following the rules. Now you want to change the rules. You should just establish the rules and stick to them, whatever they are. Now, if you're going to change them, that's fine. Pardon me, okay? But anyhow, I'm just reading your rules.
Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you, sir. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve the public comment guidelines as presented and modified here this morning. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Next item would be the consideration of San Carlos Ranger District.
Excuse me,
We don't have a public comment period at this time, sir.
I have a question about unfinished business and you're moving on to new business.
That was a report and a report only, sir. On unfinished business. Not open for public comment.
Talk about it at the end of the
Thank
meeting.
you.
Under public.
You may bring it up during public comment. Our next item up would be the consideration of San Carlos Ranger District OHB Trails Grant 2025 Letter of Support. I believe everyone had received the email from them asking for this, and it has been brought. I do have a letter here that is crafted. We have it on our letterhead, and we have supported them in the past in their ask on these grants. And I will read this now. It is addressed to Colorado State Parks. Attention, Tom Metza, the OHV Program Manager. Dear Mr. Metza, the Custer County Board of County Commissioners strongly supports the San Carlos Ranger District OHV Trails Grant 2025. Custer County has hundreds of miles of off-highway vehicle OHV trails in the Sangre de Cristo Range and the Wet Mountains. The trails need to be upgraded, improved, and properly signed to make them as user-friendly as possible for those who are eager to experience the unparalleled natural beauty that Custer County has to offer. People are encouraged to come to Custer County as an OHV destination place and will help give the economy of Custer County a much-needed boost. Funding from Colorado Parks and Wildlife grants through OHV registration would enable the U.S. Forest Service to provide quality motorized trails on our public lands. As commissioners, we recognize the economical and promotional value of maintained OHV trails in Custer County. With these funds, the San Carlos Ranger District will be able to maintain system trails on national forest lands within the San Carlos Ranger District. This grant proposal is necessary to continue the successful work that has been done in the past. Thank you for considering this application for funding. Sincerely, signature lines for all three commissioners. And to get this moving forward, I would make a motion to approve this letter of support for the OHV grant.
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion here at the table.
Good thing to do.
What's that grant worth and what, if we're gonna increase the OHV traffic? Where's the funding come for? Not so much search and rescue, but sheriff's department.
I do not know what their grant ask is. No match from the county. This is just a letter of support for them in regards to funding for the sheriff's office that falls to us if there's added enforcement called for.
Because I think that the better the trails get, I agree that OHVers will come, but and I have faith that most of them are good, but
Same issues with, we have a lot with the snowmobilers in Wolf Creek in the winter.
yeah, and I've seen what's happened in Ouray and Telluride and some of those places, and been part of an accident myself on those OHV trails, so it increases the load on the county.
Right.
In regards to search and rescue, I think part of their registration fees goes towards that.
I agree, yeah.
But law enforcement, I do not believe it does.
From my perspective, the trails are gonna be developed by the National Forest. That's part of the deal. Public has to have access. They gotta play and do their things in the mountains, hunt, whatever. It's always gonna be an issue. And in the day, you know, the WWWCCC, whatever it was called back in the 20s when they built these trails, that's when they first did it. And then they shut the range down to grazing, and then so more foot traffic can get in there and other things. So it's going to be an issue. And what happens then, in my view, is we have to support it. That's why they're wanting the local community to support it. So they get the right grants to do it right. That it brings in people that would help in the end. I look at it as new people that might see the opportunity to come here and make a home and add to the tax base and help the services that we need the services. I'll never forget the first day on the job here as a new commissioner. We had a couple from Wisconsin come in and said, "When are you going to asphalt the road?" "What do you mean asphalt the road?" And she wanted it to be, there's too much dust. And you know where she had her house? It was right at Alpine Lodge, just below the trailhead and right where the first public or residential area could be, 50 feet off the road. Well, it was an access road they knew about at the time, and the dust was there, and it's the road. And she said, we got ours. I said, well, we can't afford it. She said, well, we did ours in Wisconsin back in the 50s. Well, I said, you probably had more people in the tax base that could support some asphalt. And maybe someday we can get there. But you go ask Vince Cook, once you start asphalting it, you go try to repair it afterwards. And it gets harder and harder and more expensive. And pretty soon you got to start all over again. It's easier to maintain a gravel road in the meantime for the kind of traffic we got, and mag chloride. So there's things that we got to do. And that's what we have to consider in our budget the next time up would be, what are we going to mag chloride? Maybe we ought to mag chloride that road. We could, but you got to weigh the priority because mag chloride costs many thousands of dollars per mile as well. So it's a good thing to do. We have to look at it, and it's good to have these discussions and that the public can understand. Good question you brought up, Lucas. Thanks.
There are a lot of increased traffic is on our roads as well, and that's an ongoing issue with every county that has a lot of Forest Service or BLM.
Yeah, we're surrounded by it.
And what we receive from them for maintenance costs.
Just asking a question.
Okay. Anything else here?
Right.
Public comment on the item up for motion. Okay, do you have a motion on the floor to approve the letter of support for the OHP grant? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Next up is a discussion of selling lots 1 through 3 and 7 through 10, block 126, town of Silver Cliff.
That's my issue I put on here. On behest of a petition. Mick, stand up. Lori, stand up. Where are you? This is Mick Cassendick and Lori Cassendick. I want to introduce you to half of the logging team in 1976, I think it was. I'm the other half of the mill I was running and the mill we owned. And Mick and I could cut 125 trees and limb them in a day, and I think he beat me by maybe 30. So they've been here, Long Valley residents, and with a real good logical request. I'll make a statement and then you can ask them the questions. I checked because the rules around, we own the county. County's not in the business of being a real estate agent. We're not in the business of trying to make as much money as we can off that. That's capitalism. That's something that we would depend on you all, an investor, to buy that land and develop it. So I asked the question, what's it cost to develop it out there? Round Mountain, met with David Snyder for an hour. Turns out they've got 2 major projects they are doing that are required by law to be done. One's a pilot project on a new way to treat the septic system, $1.9 million project. They got to cough that up. The other thing they're doing is a reservoir to get more water, to get more taps. 2.7 million they needed for that. They got a DOLA grant for $27,500. That really helped. So that's what they're faced with. And so he said, all right, so let's look at that lot. What's the likelihood of getting the tap out there? 0. And the reason it is outside the district boundary. And in order to get water, they're gonna have to drill a well. If they want water from the city of Silver Cliff, or the district, I should say, they have to pay for it. I asked them, what did that cost? Well, first of all, the pipe that goes up from the pump that they got now to the end of Silver Cliff starts off this big and it gets down to 5 inches out there. There's no more room to put any more taps on anywhere out there, period. So the only way that's going to happen, he said, the future plan is to strategically build a new pipe. They're going to start all over and run it all the way through West Cliff again, up to some of that pipe is 1890s, correct? I think it's even older than that. And so they said that it cost about $40,000 a tap. To do that, it would probably be more to drag it over there. And they said today, given the projects they've got, the new taps that they are going to open up are going to be double the price now. So they're stand by. They put a moratorium on all new taps until now. To bring power in over there, same thing. They're going to have to drag a line, San Crystal or Black Hills will off of somewhere and drag it into that piece of property to put power out there. Mick's got a candle he's going to put out there. He told me in his barn he's going to build. So they're not going to do that right away. And if he wants to develop it and put a house on it himself, then he's got to build a county. He's going to come to us for a septic system, and he's going to come to the upper arc and augment a well in there on that. Those lots are half-size lots. They're 50 by 150, I think, something like that. And they'll tell you more about what they've discovered and what they've done. But they're very small. In order to get a septic system, you can't have 10 lots. Got 10 lots. You can't have 10 septic systems out there. You can have one. There's room only for one with the setbacks and the ability to dig a septic tank and put in a leach field. And then you got to bet on the come. There's going to be water within that little area underneath it. There's water somewhere, which is going through a lot of rocks and a lot of expense. So the likelihood of finding an investor, if we put it out there for bid, is going to be pretty small, in my view. So given that, what they've asked, I'm going to let them present what they're asking for now and what they've invested in it already for the benefit of the getting the things spot. They paid for a survey, which helps us sell our lots later because we're the only neighbor. We, the county, and Chuck Rourke, and I've got his signed statements here that they asked to have him either prove or not that he wants to buy it or not. He's the only other guy that's on the border besides the county. So given that, Mick, what's your case?
Thanks for putting this on the agenda first. We were looking for a piece of ground out of the way where we could basically build a shop and like a storage area. Where we live up on the west side, it's a pretty small lot. And in order to do what I need to do, it's in my opinion, overbuilding up there. So what we want to do out there is first thing we did, we bought 2.5 lots from a private individual out there. This particular block is at the very east end of Silver. The south of this is a street, Clarence Street, which we had to survey in. We had to survey the lots because we didn't know where they were. Frankly, it's very undeveloped out there. We had to put in there's a fence running through there, the old cabin that I think Mr. Rory runs out there, which is fine. But it's probably almost 300 yards west of the property line. So we put in a gate there. And then, of course, we surveyed out these 2.5 lots. We then petitioned the Board of Commissioners to buy the half lot that you own right in the middle of the whole thing, which you graciously did. And so now we own the 3 lots. What we want to do is buy the rest of that block. After the survey, it turns out the lots on the east end.
Lots 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, well,
all of them at 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Originally, the way that
On the
town
east
of
side.
Silver Cliff platted those lots, they were 43.2 feet by 100 feet long.
That's block 126.
Yeah, running east-west. But when the survey was completed, and I don't know if you can see it, but when the survey was completed, these eastern lots, are short. So, what we want to do, since we own these 3, what we want to do is buy the rest of this block. I'll have to survey and put in survey here and here. So I know where the corners are. All these are already surveyed. We paid for. And then, like I say, we had to survey the street so we could get legal access. The other way into it was up through the BLM and back down, which I didn't feel very good about. And so that's what we're trying to do. We submitted a sealed bid a month ago. I don't know what happened to that.
I can speak to that real quick, because that was part of my angst. We received a sealed bid for these lots before we even knew we wanted to sell a lot. And that was part of my comments at the last meeting because we got a sealed bid. We didn't know we wanted to sell any lots. And then we had decided to move forward and go ahead and sell those lots. And we had made a decision here 2 meetings ago to go ahead and advertise those and to put them out for bid and to request sealed bids for those. My statement at that meeting and was that you guys would need to resubmit a bid because when you submitted your initial bid was we weren't selling anything and we already had a sealed bid in hand. To me, that's not a valid bid. We had some things that transpired shortly thereafter to where we did not, at the last meeting, we did not go ahead and move forward with that. So they have not been advertised. I think part of this discussion today is whether we go ahead and do that. They were to be advertised and everything being equal, that you being the adjoining landowners would receive preference. So that is why your bid has never been opened. And I'm not sure if it was destroyed or just kept on open. I guess I would ask you that.
I still have it.
You still have it.
I should get that back.
Okay, initially,
If I have to rebid,
Yeah.
I should get my original bid back.
and we can make that happen. So that's my answer to your question, sir.
Okay, let me take some of the blame here because when they asked to do it again, the first time they did it, we decided to sell it and put a bid in. So I asked them to put together their thoughts on it. And my intent, the day I brought it in here, the day before we went through it, was to say they want to buy it. Anybody can look at the tax rolls and anybody can look at these lots and they can come in and say, can we buy that lot to the county? And that's what he did. And I said, I'll present it, see if they want to sell it. So, and that's why it evolved that way. They did exactly the right thing. And I didn't want to see the bid because I didn't want to be, tainted by it or anything. So that it's been sealed. So my recommendation today, and the reason I'm presenting it is we got a choice. We can decide to let them compete with somebody. There's no neighbors except us. And they own the only other property that's there. And so, and that we're going to give them preference anyway, even if there was somebody that decided, well, let me gamble on that piece of property and I'll go buy it. I'm from Texas somewhere. I'm going to buy it. We could, but we're going to give him preference anyway. So I recommend that they make an offer to us and we can consider it. Given that they've already spent in their offer, what they would have done in the first place is go get a survey. And they would want to get, the rights of ways cleared up, which is what they already have done. So anyway, my suggestion. Any other comments from you two?
So, excuse my ignorance, when this issue was brought up, because I've gone back through some previous meeting minutes where ground was let go in this matter, and I've discussed some things, or Dan had chimed in on a few things of this nature as well. So excuse my ignorance when I didn't know and I pushed this off or changed how I wanted to do this because I just didn't know. It appears that the spirit of Custer County has somewhat been This has kind of been, typical practice. This is what we've done in the past. I think, kind of not knowing how much ground we had or that we had ground out there in the towns that were available, and as much as we had, it kind of came as a shock to all of a sudden we got a sealed bid on something. I didn't even realize there was an intention from somebody that wanted to buy it. But what cost do you have in surveying? And you didn't just survey the lots that you guys own, the other lots as well, correct?
No, we just surveyed ours
Just
Center line.
and the center line Clarence Street, so.
of the Clarence.
Gain access.
Okay.
Those are what they would spin off those pins so that they're accurate now. They paid.
So I don't know what it cost to put in those other two pins. I assume not a whole lot.
Okay.
We feel when we surveyed it, I mean, we both have a history in real estate. I'm still a licensed broker. And we just, I mean, we've seen too many things over the years where they just count so many steps from that corner and say, here's your land, and we know better than that. So after we acquired it, we decided to have it surveyed. We wanted to do everything properly. We got the building permit to put our storage unit out there, and but we feel that the survey that we did, because the surveyor is going to start from a known point. So now all those lots going to the west are benefiting, because when somebody buys those lots to the west, or you choose to sell them, then the surveyor is going to say, oh, I know that point. I can start there and go survey those lots. So we feel it's a benefit to the town and the county.
And I would say, because we've kind of talked about the process here a little bit. I have no issue with you guys at all wanting those lots. I fully understand it. And my issue has been with the process that we've had. And the fact that we stated what we would do here in a public meeting, and then we're going to deviate from that, and I was not going to go down that road. And so that is why things have not happened before now.
Okay.
And so,
We didn't come here to step on anybody's toes or do anything like that.
no, and I appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
So what we need from you guys is to tell us what to do.
And that's what we need to decide here today. And thank you again for being here, because it makes it a lot better when you're here and we can ask you the questions and you can tell us what your intent is and everything as well. So thank you.
Well, again, our intent is just to put I don't care about electricity. I don't care about water. We don't need or want any of that.
Can't afford
We
it.
have no intention of building out there ever, other than this storage unit and a barn where we can put some stuff.
We have too much stuff.
We have too much stuff.
Join the club.
But that, and we wanted it way out somewhere where hopefully we're not bothering anybody. So, and then we'll fence it.
Yeah.
I understand the law is that if you want to keep that lot, you fence it, you understand that? And we agree. We fence it, we do all that. We've improved the access into it, and of course, the survey is a big thing.
Not that it makes any difference. Are you planning on abandoning those lot lines or the interiors?
We kicked it
Probably-
around.
Probably, I don't think so. I might try to vacate the alley
And put that all together?
and put it all together.
Okay.
But that would be probably about it. I don't see any reason to vacate the lot lines and stuff,
Okay.
unless it's a benefit to the town of Sewell.
Yeah, that's more their question than mine, so, like I say, it didn't really make any
Doesn't really
difference.
matter.
Dan, did you have a
I
comment?
just, a couple of quick things, and it's not my job to tell the board what I think should or shouldn't be done here from a policy perspective.
He has the floor, whoever said that.
But I do want to point out, first of all, I think you have three options. One is essentially open the bid and consider the offer that's been made. Two is to do what the board has already voted to do, which is to advertise the property and open it up for bids to the general public. And three is to just keep the property pending some sort of future development that the county may decide to do in the, you know, at some point down the road. I will say that one of the things that is different about this property than maybe other properties that the county has decided to sell to neighboring property owners is that this is part of a larger number of parcels. This isn't just some random parcel that the county has ended up with through a, unsold tax auction or something like that, but there are a number of county parcels in this area that certainly maybe make this more valuable to the county than just it sitting alone by itself. Number two, the Board of County Commissioners does have a fiduciary duty to the taxpayers of the county to maximize the value of the property that it owns if it chooses to sell the property, and that's something I think that the board should bear in mind regardless of what it chooses to do. And three, and by point of disclosure, it's all three of you know, but maybe not everybody in the audience knows, I'm the town attorney for Silver Cliff. And I would advise the board that it would appear that the town is going to rezone this whole area as light industrial with the hopes of encouraging and spurring development in this particular area that the county owns properties in, which may make that property more valuable in the future, regardless of the development obstacles that exist with Round Mountain. That's something to bear in mind.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I don't know if you can see the map that he's looking at, but the block that we are interested in purchasing is in the upper, would be the northeast corner of other properties that you own. So it's not like then we would be surrounded again by county-owned property. We'd be off to the corner there in the upper northeast corner.
Well, I move that we accept, or we look at the bid they've got. If it's reasonable, I think we should accept that and sell the block to them. That's what I move. We put money in it. It's not, and you've heard my argument, there's not nobody, they're not going to develop it. And I think it's a good idea Silver Cliff has if they want to make a commercial area out there, and people might have more money to run power in somewhere else than water. But water ain't gonna be there for a long time, according to Round Mountain. So that's why I make the motion to consider their offer.
Motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion. But I would like to discuss the process of we open up that sealed bid. And we don't like the number. We have to accept it.
No. We on all even the auctions, we don't have to. But if you don't want to open it now, what else are we gonna learn?
Yeah, I second the motion.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to open the sealed bid that we have in our possession. Do you have that in your hand today? Okay. And consider that bid. Discussion here at the table.
Nothing further from me at the moment.
No.
Okay. I would just say that I have had some angst because of the process on this, so I'm not sure my thoughts on this at the present time, but the process has been skewed to this point. Anything else from the table? Mile,
Matt Miles. I think we heard from the county attorney on the process. It's public property. And it's owned and held by the county for the taxpayers. And what I would respectfully suggest is we evaluate the law and follow it in this situation. Thank you very much.
thank you, sir.
If I may, there is not a specific statute that mandates a process for the county to dispose of property owned by the county in this regard.
Thank you for that. In the back,
Joy Anderson. My comments would be along the line of the fiduciary responsibility to the city of Cleveland County. The only fair way, and I think what is muddying this, before I say that, I think what is muddying this process right now is that we're hearing a lot of information that usually gets decided in the planning and zoning process after somebody has purchased a piece of property and the county tells them what they want or don't want to happen on that property, what it needs to develop. We're hearing a lot of information that a developer would do on their own to determine whether this is a good purchase for them or not. And really what the job is here to decide today is on the process. How do you get the best money, the best value for the citizens of Custer County? And the only way to do that is to put it out to an open bid so that everybody has the opportunity. This has more value to these folks because they're right next door. They may want to put in a higher bid because of that, or they may have a limit. But that's what an open bid process does. It lets everybody evaluate what the value of this piece of property is and allows the citizens to get the best value. It also doesn't give you guys a black eye. It doesn't look like cronyism. It doesn't look like foul play. It's just a fair and open process for everybody to participate in. It's the way it happens in real estate all the time. I don't know why you're trying to make it any different for the county than it is for anybody else out there who's surrounded by a piece of property. And I also don't think that they deserve favoritism because they live next door. That's where they have to decide, I live next door, this is the only property I can have, so I have to put more money in to get it. It's not about us giving them favoritism. It's about them realizing the value of it and providing that to the county so that they can get it. I have nothing against these folks, but the process of taking a sealed bid when nobody else has had a chance is wrong and unfair.
thank you. Jimmy,
Yeah, Jim McMahon, I'm gonna agree with what Joyce said, and especially with Mr. Miles. Transparency in your guys' position, where there's no room for suspicion or somebody to think you're doing something funny. You know, we're in Custer County, and we kind of just roll like, no, it's all right. It's all right, it's all right. I think that ship has sailed because some of the activity. So I would just say, be above reproach. Do things, you know, where nobody has any suspicion. Just know we followed the law. Mr. Miles tried to get you guys to say we have to follow the law. We haven't been following the law. That's why we have so many problems, and that's why we get a little bit passionate about our community. Thank you.
thank you, sir. Anybody else from, go ahead.
Is it statutory that counties have to put their land up for bid, or how does that work?
I do not believe so. I would ask our attorney that question.
Again, there's no statutory process whatsoever for disposing of county property.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe you answered that earlier. Anything else from the room? Not see anything online. You had any
All right, so I'll
comments,
make
sir?
a final comment then. We are following the law. I believe. That's why I wouldn't have made a motion otherwise. And it's the process is what we've done in the past. Yeah, could have done it. He could have come in with an open request here. I'm gonna offer X, but he's offering whatever he wants here. I think we should consider it fiduciary responsibility. I agree with. We have to get the best we can for what it is. We want to bet, want the county, we can hold this and bet on the come that Silver Cliff is going to increase the value by 20% in over what time frame? And is that the same amount of land? If we just taken the money that we've got now and invested it, is it worth as much? I don't know. I think bird in hand and getting what I think they have made a very reasonable buy the first time. They've paid pretty good price for it. I don't know what they're offering now, but I'm willing to look at it. We don't have to accept it.
Any comments from you?
Excuse me.
So I'll let you speak one more time.
I'm
You may-
sorry. One thing that hasn't been mentioned is whoever gets this property bought, it'll be on the tax roll and then we'll start paying taxes.
Thank you for that. Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. To open the sealed bid that we have in our hand. And to consider that bid. For lots 1, 2, 3, and 7 through 10. And that's in block 126 in the town of Silver Cliff. Those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Nay.
Nay, and here's what I want to go back to. I want to go back to the motion we made 2-3 weeks ago when this first came up. I want to go back to what that motion stated, and I want to follow what we said there 3 weeks ago.
That was
My
my
apologies to you guys that this has been a
Apologize, that's fine. I mean,
Yeah.
we're,
mess
again,
for the last 3
step on
weeks.
anybody's toes.
I just wanted to go through the process.
We just want to go over every process you guys deem appropriate.
Appreciate that, thank you.
You have a motion to that?
I don't, you shouldn't need a motion.
No.
To
Okay.
do what you've already.
All right.
agreed to do.
Okay.
And by the way,
Thank
just
you.
as a comment, fine, that's good. I don't have a problem with it. I did have several people, because it's been an open discussion, people that said, we'd be interested in investing out there. However, when they found out there isn't any utility, so we gotta be sure when we advertise this, that there's no utilities, there's the likelihood, again, they need to do their research because it's gonna be very costly. That's why they said, I don't care. Several of them.
And by the way, that motion failed by a 3-1 vote.
And should I'm assuming I can.
Just give it back to
the-
them.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
By all means, please. Take care.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a break.
Yes, and I would comment real quick, Nick. So I think, are you aware of the decision that we made 2 meetings ago then on this?
I really wasn't, but I mean, it's fine with me.
And so what we had agreed to at that point, so as you're aware.
Yeah.
Is that we would advertise
Okay.
these particular lots. And put those out for bid, sealed bid, so. And that will be, we were going to advertise for 2 weeks. We would need to adjust our opening time now, because it was gonna be for end of month this month, but.
Yeah, let's
process has
do that now.
been pushed down the road. So we do need to address that issue in regards to that. We will post these for 2 weeks.
So let's
And,
decide.
and then all else being equal, that you would receive, preference because you are the adjoining landowners.
Whatever you guys want to do.
And, so you would need to resubmit, a bid now that we are entertaining the idea of selling these lots.
Okay.
And then now Kelly, do you have a date, any dates for us there, or?
So 2 weeks, the last posting would be on the 30th, and you guys meet the 5th and 6th of December, so.
Put it on the 5th,
Yeah,
please.
I believe you will be here that day, correct, sir?
Yes.
so you can come back.
So, this will be posted for 2 weeks. And the bids will need to be in by end of business day on the 4th.
And we'll open them during the meeting.
We will open them during the meeting on the 5th.
Can we just give this back in?
If
What's that?
you're gonna stand by,
If you
you
would-
might wanna think about it.
If you would like to submit your bid, now we have decided to do so, so you may, yeah.
Yeah, put it in receipt date.
Once again, it's a process, and, so thank you very much. Thank you for coming in.
Keep this with it now. This is Chuck's
Well-
signature.
Okay, but all that
But
information.
at this point, it gets waived.
Okay.
Except for that.
All the maps and stuff are.
I know you got the maps. I'm just saying this is Chuck Rorick's signature saying he doesn't want it.
Oh, thank you very much.
Doesn't
Thank
want a
you.
bid on it.
Yeah, my point is, it doesn't matter at this point, because it's not that other process that.
Yeah,
we
okay.
talked about.
Okay, we will take a short break at this point now.
Coffee, I made that.
Reconvene in approximately 5 minutes.
Well, I understand all that. I feel like disposing. That's the very first thing I guess is dispose of public funds. Anywhere I've ever been. I know that. Anywhere I've ever been. Never been.
You're in where the land of the home of the brave and the land of the free here.
Exactly. I got the picture.
Yeah, we knew that, man.
Hey, boy,
How we doing here?
where you're from.
Get your darn surfboard and get out.
What you can do in terms of the process itself. We couldn't just give it to somebody it's under your.
Why not?
I mean, we could in some cases we can, but in some cases. we
Why
can't.
not?
Gotta be a vote though.
What's that? Not?
Otherwise, that is.
Oh, yeah, I can understand all that. Whatever.
I guess we trust our county commissioners. Oh, there you
Duh.
Ah,
You with the conflict with Silverhead. Oh, Silverhead's got a big plan. We're gonna triple the value from $500 to 10.
That's where they're building their attorney's house.
It's the new office.
The city of the town attorney office is gonna be there.
I hadn't heard a good rumor today.
By the way, I don't have.
Yeah, there's.
You're a man that
Being this Board of County Commissioners meeting. We have finished our discussion of selling lots 1 through 3 and 7 through 10. Our next item on the agenda is the discussion consideration of the new / revised finance director job description.
That would be me. I put it on the agenda. I'll bring it up. Is that all right?
Yes,
You talk.
you may.
All right, I'm gonna bring this up. I'll talk loud enough so you can hear it. Woke everybody up. I didn't make a mistake. We don't have an admin. But when we posted this job description should have been posted with it. But I'm gonna give it out right now and you guys can take a copy if you want. And I'll talk about it here in just a second. We did post the position for admin, so soon, we'll be more streamlined and do better job of notifying everyone.
So are you passing out?
It's the job description that we're discussing for the finance manager. There you go.
This one, right,
Yeah, you got it.
right here.
It's the one that was presented.
Why do we need a BOCC admin? You did a good job of stapling.
Pretty good. I stapled every one of these myself just a minute ago. Okay, finance director. The finance director in this organization, county government, or in the military, or in civilian life in the corporate world, is the heart of that organization. The beat is important to stay steady. That beat has to stay alive. And I think I've even mentioned that to Kevin some other times when we maybe a couple of years ago. It's important for that finance director to be on the ball here and with the right amount of support and people to be here full time. We can't afford to have the finance director gone and not know where that finance director is. And we want to make sure that finance director has the proper requirements and that make that heartbeat as strong as it can for the county. I learned that through life. I'm going to give this little thing here because I want to point out the importance of this position and the people that are here to support it, being our two people that are here currently, are making the heartbeat continue. We're sort of on life support a little bit because we've gone through an audit and we're trying to correct all those problems. And we are thankful for the citizens that brought a lot of this to our attention, as well as the auditor himself. And we're checking through that checklist day by day. And so that's came to my attention how important it was back when I talked about cutting those trees. My mom was the CFO at that time. And mom put money in, money had to go out, and money had to be there to survive. They had to do it properly. Fortunately, for her diligence, we were strong enough at that time, this is back in the 70s, late 70s, 80s, when we were successful in getting the bid on the Eisenhower Tunnel for all the timbers that they used in that first bore to shore that up. And it was produced here in this county by a crew of 10 people, loggers and sawyers and truck drivers to get it there. And we did it. And we did it because it was a product. You're taking something from the earth, and Custer County was better for it. It's the only industry at the time. That critical heartbeat was that CFO keeping it together and making sure that the rest of us didn't go out on a limb and buy something we shouldn't be, or the time frames that we needed to do it. Now, fast forward a little bit, Canada graduates, and I'm a captain in the Air Force with a lot of responsibility. And I'm working, I mean a lot. I was in the classified world. As a captain, I had $2 million worth of budget that I had in my own. But I got that because the boss met with us and what they called program control. I said, program control, what's that? Program control was the finance shop. It was the controls, the guts of that organization. And that boss of mine never went anywhere without that person on his right arm in a meeting. If things came up, Captain Canada comes in begging for $500,000 more bucks on a project. He would look at that guy first. He didn't care what Captain Canada said and how great the great idea was. Can we afford it? Is it legal? Can we do this? Those kinds of things were important. Program control. What do you think control meant? It meant control to keep us alive, to keep that heartbeat going. Fast forward again. I'm a wing commander. I've got $2 billion worth of budget, and the right arm always with me with program control, always. And so that's how important it is here. This office right here with the two people we've got right now and the new director, when we hire one, is critical. It's critical to being county and knowing the county government process is critical. That's different. It is different because fiduciarily, we're responsible to you all to spend your money. We have to have the proper controls so we're not wasting your money. Some of that was discussed today. Do the right thing, get the biggest buck for you can without breaking the law or becoming a real estate agent and competing with the realtors in town, you know. So we need program control. We need the controls. We need the requirements that's in this handout. This is, in all my career, including what my mom did, this is a first-class piece of paper that we are considering here. It covers everything. And it has the support of a lot of people, including our current finance director, Lisa. I had a discussion with her and with Jim. And they one of the comments they made, I'm proud, they said, both of them, to be part of this and being able to work with somebody like Sam DiNardo. Sam DiNardo, well, he's an auditor, you know, he's an independent guy, but the point she was making, he's an accountant. It was a privilege to start learning some things and understanding some of the things that are required in the controls that we've had the privilege of having pointed out either by us internally as we've researched the stuff, as well as the good things that you all have brought forward for us to keep on the handle with. So with that statement, this is it. Now, that's not to say if we adopt this today, that we might want to modify it at some point, because there may be something unique to Custer County, and I don't think there is. It looked pretty inclusive to me when I went through this. And as a matter of fact, when we did take the time, many of you don't know this, we took the time to separate one of the problems we had, which was brought out in the audit, HR, finance, and all the other things that office was doing by one person was too much. It was too much 10 years ago, and it kept getting worse. And it's too much now. So we took HR out. And I'm the managing commissioner for HR now. Lucas gallantly suckered into the deal on finance, and he's the guy that's gonna make sure that we can do two things. One is become that world-class, first-class county government that gets an audit done and is ready to present at the end of January. The end of January. You know, everything, if we get the controls on it right, we get the leases lined out and the ledgers rectified, reconciled, etc. There's no reason why we can't. There shouldn't be any excuse to have any audit fail. And as a matter of fact, that's possible. And I know that other county governments pass theirs right away. So I think that will help. And the second thing is, how do we get along? Because in order to find that person, this is a very qualified technical position that requires somebody with the skills that gets paid a lot of money somewhere else. Now, you got to balance, do they want to come here and for the lifestyle we got, take a little bit of a hit or not, or what can we afford? What can you afford for the citizens of this county to do things right and be better for the citizens in the long run with our finances today? So that's the balance that I know Lucas has got to balance, is how do we continue to, you heard his report today, we're going to continue making checks. We're going to continue having one of the controls on it that we said we would do is it's commissioners are going to look at them. We're going to stamp them ourselves. We're going to understand it beforehand. We got to understand the system. Do we really need that system? That's part of the job here. And that's what he'll be sorting out. Is CIC the right one? We're paying $250,000 a year for it. $150,000. And we can't get somebody in here to fix it sometimes. You know, what's the deal? And Lucas is doing a good job of rooting through that, I think, from what he's been saying. And I did ask the question when I was with Dave Snyder. You know, we were talking about the financial department and all that. And he said, well, heck, our system, all we pay is $24,000 a year for a system from Sally, SALEI, something like that does that. Now, I can't compare it with the requirements here. I don't know, Round Mountain's got a lot less going on. It's easier to cut paychecks, it's easier to do a lot of things. But there are systems out there. I asked Fremont County, they're paying $50,000, $40,000, I think. And I think Lucas has already knows some of the things that they're doing there. But Lucas is doing a good job of researching areas. And that's what I would look for is his next steps. And that's why I couched it on here on the agenda as you know, the consideration of this, and then the next steps. That was a print I had in my notes that he'll be coming back to us with. So with that, it's my privilege to make a motion. I move that we accept this job description that I passed out as our starting point.
And I will second that. So you can get the discussion.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to approve the Director of Finance and Accounting job description as presented. So discussion here at the table. My first question is the one you just passed out identical to the one that was passed out the other day?
I think it is, but I believe it is. I don't know. This is the one I got.
Yes.
Because if not, I have the older version, so
well, this is the latest version that I've got. It's the same.
The heading and everything was a little different. So I wanted to make sure that it was the same.
You got the big.
Did you get the big version? Well, I did this today off my cell phone, and that's probably.
It's all right.
That's fine. I want to make sure that you and I and
we have exactly the
everyone is
same
looking at
bullets.
exactly
I
the
did
same
look at the
document.
bullets, and they look like the last one that I had. So,
Okay,
and I went through all of them.
thank you. That I will defer anything else for a minute.
So Sam made in his presentation to us in the audit did one, split HR, get HR off of finances backs. Two, you probably need about 3 people to really make this function well, because you're going to be adding things to it, grants, leases, managing that stuff so that it's interior to the department. Yeah, look at that. ADP was one of those things, or going out with payroll, but bringing in the grants, bringing in the leases, gathering it up, bring it in under the umbrella of the finance department. You know, we've gone out for quote, or I mean, we've gone out for advertisement for an HR manager, and while we wait on that person, the right person to apply for that job, and look at those, our current finance director is still playing that role. Now, I think the 3 commissioners have started fielding some of those calls to take that load off, but we still got that internal complexity there that we're dealing with. And that's driving me towards this person to be over the whole thing. And then CIC, so that's computer in concepts. And JD, the assessor, is already starting to have IT issues with his portion of that software. We looked at, so he's starting to go, hey, maybe what are our options going to be? What are my options going to be? What kind of software may we have to go to, or may I have to look at as an assessor, going, if this fails me, and thank goodness Prop HH didn't pass, just for the purpose of CIC was going to have to make those changes within 2 weeks period of time. And they couldn't give him a firm, we'll make it happen, we'll make those changes, we'll be able to adjust that software, has risen, the risk that we have with this CIC software. So the guy that owns it, or owned it, developed it, brought it all about, has passed away. His son's taken over. There's a bunch of turmoil within the company. And so again, the risk is there that all of a sudden we will be unsupported in our CIC software system, our financial management system, so to speak. So another reason to bring in somebody who may have to, and we will probably need close to these 3 people if we have to make another software conversion in the next, I hope it's not next year, but I could see it being in the next 2 years. So so that's driving me towards this needing this person. Training. So we need somebody who can come in and really train on all the areas that we're deficient in all across the board, with our financial areas, and getting us back to being able to lay open the books and go, here's what's happening, here's what's going on. And then going into the audits, going, here's the information, we've compiled it, we know what the auditor is looking for. We are doing audits on our own so that when the auditor comes, we've got stuff set up. And then looking at the overall picture of all of our department heads, all of our purchases, all of the things that go on that are tied to efficiencies of time and energy that we spend to go, how do we bring this all in and start being very efficient in managing the money, the resources, whether it's the buildings or propane leases or fuel that we fuel the departments, whatever it is, and start looking at an overall approach, a 500-foot view of the county or 10,000-foot view, however you want to call it, to go, this is what we need, this is where we need to start trending to, because I see things that are coming down, whether they're state laws or statutes or rules and regulations and taxation and all these different rules, or where are we at with property valuations, or we're starting to see a slump of property values, and so our our taxation is gonna go down, so these are where we need to make some cuts. So that we can spread out the money overall and still keep the services flowing to the people. So that's been what's kind of in the back of my mind and a plan on moving forward. And then developing our internal policies and procedures to have controls and checks and balances and bring all this into it's just a nice package where we have all the information in one area. And it's easy to gather up, and it's easy to portray, it's easy to present to the people. But so those are some of my thoughts.
I've got a question here, if I may. I like a lot of what you said there. I guess my first question would be, have we made a decision to post this position, or are we talking about this document here today, or are we talking about posting a position to hire?
We're talking about that
CFO.
document is the job description of somebody that we will post it for later.
Have we made that decision?
No.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Well, the motion was
To approve this job description and work the
Post
way
it, right.
forward. Yeah.
So,
and posted as
because I
well,
don't
or
believe,
just.
I don't believe.
Did I
we
say
made
post?
a-
I don't,
No, it was just to approve.
it was just to approve it.
We have-
Posting it has to
I don't
happen.
believe we have made a decision to
Right.
post anything,
Not yet.
to look for anyone.
No, that's,
So
all.
I just wanna, because that's what I'm hearing. And what we have here today is the consideration of this document.
yeah, and
So,
that's all I presented was that, and the intent was then to give it to Lucas. It's in his wheelhouse. It's up to him to decide how and when to post it. And the process, that's what he
Well, I
was
think that
describing
would
there.
be
It is off the.
in our.
No, what I mean is up to him to come back to the board, and here's what we're gonna propose, that how, why, and when, that he needs to bring it to us. To
Okay,
post.
because it sounded like we were talking, like the decision had already been made to post this. And
I didn't take it that way. I just thought he was describing it.
so once
Anyway.
again, I want to make sure we're all on the same page.
That's just to approve the job description, period. I'll stop there and I won't say
Okay.
anything else.
So, and then I guess my question on ADP would kind of be the same. I know you're really looking into that. That may be a very good thing to do. Once again, that would probably need to be a decision by all of us to move that direction, I believe, once we have that information.
Well, absolutely, because that would be a subscription lease or a contract and I wouldn't want
Yeah,
to do that
so-
without you guys.
I took it you were just
And that may be
pontificating.
the way to move, and, I'm not arguing that fact, I just want to clarify that we have not made those decisions yet, so.
Correct.
Couple of things, because we're talking about this document, are we talking about a director of finance and accounting, or are we talking about a CFO?
You call it the director of finance and accounting now. In my view, it is the
So-
CFO of the county. But it's,
The heading on it says Director of Finance and Accounting, Custer County,
that's
Colorado.
what it always has.
First line in job summary serves as Chief Financial Officer for Custer County. Do we want to keep this job description as Director of Finance and Accounting, or should that be, if we're going to be talking about a CFO, do we list it as a CFO?
No, I wouldn't list it as a CFO. I
No.
would just say a director of finance.
Okay.
Just like it is.
So,
Maybe don't capitalize chief financial officer.
Yeah, that's right.
okay,
Or acts as, but serves or acts as.
Is the chief
basically-
financial officer for the county?
and
In little letters.
I think it just speaks to most of the things that are going on in there. Now, this has the addition of, the grants being, under this position. which is, I think, a good place to have that put. So I think a lot of thought went into this when whomever made it up and presented it to us. So thank you for that. The sales tax collection hasn't been here. To be honest, I'm not sure exactly where that falls, if that falls under Virginia. I know Virginia does the property tax collections. I don't know about our sales tax collections, and forgive me for being ignorant on that, but I don't believe that has been in this department. So,
It is.
but I do not know where it is.
I know they have always booked it. I don't know.
You know, the one thing that I could probably add in there and should add in there is this person will have to work hand in hand with our treasurer. To realize, okay, the donations, a lot of people make a donation, it goes through the treasurer, it goes to the sheriff's office or posse. I mean, but most of the time, donations end up going to the sheriff's office. I've not heard of other single instance where
We had
people gave money to the commissioner's
land.
bonus pool. Something like that.
They did give us,
Holiday.
they put money,
I could ask.
they did put money in the candy fund.
So,
But I think that
yeah.
person, I think that person needs to know, you know, and monitor, hey, what's coming in, where are we at? And so I know. I know all of it from where it comes in to where it goes out.
Okay, so.
Just like
yeah,
I want
and
to
they need
do in
be
my
totally
personal.
aware of those, whether or not they were the. I don't know that they would receipt that money.
Probably not. That
No, I think that
all
would
goes
be,
through.
It's Virginia.
That would be the treasurer.
Treasurer,
So-
yeah.
and that's why I had a question on that.
And that's,
So, but I
Again.
think wording of some sort.
It might be
I like your
monitoring all tax collection instead
monitoring,
of.
and I like your suggestion of working closely with the treasurer and department heads on different issues such as donations.
there is a bullet that sort of fits it. It establishes and maintains effective working relationships with Custer County employees and from the same different departments, all departments, vendors, members. They gotta meet with the department heads, but maybe a specific
might-
bullet to
That might fit that.
clarify it. That's a good thing to do.
And then timesheets, we don't
We don't do
timesheets,
anymore.
at the present time. They are using Time Clock, which is an online program.
So is there a generic
uh,
term for keeping track of employees' time? Maybe
So-
it's.
But, you know, Road and Bridge, they fill out a weekly
Their
that they
hand
turn
done.
into Sherry, then Sherry does the time clock entries for those gentlemen over there. And then, some of the other departments, the individual employees are logging on to time clock to put in their own time, so. A physical time sheet we don't have, but, just wanted to bring that up. Had something in that first one, that might have been the sales tax. And it does say monitoring sales tax collection functions, so.
Sort of like coordinating.
I think that's all I have right now to comment on that, so. At least on the front page.
I think, maybe one comment I could probably make as well is, didn't make note of it really, but. governmental public sector, so second page, education experience, governmental public center. Public sector experience preferred. We should maybe make that required, because we need somebody who
I
has
agree.
worked in governmental institutions like ours or similar to ours, so they really understand how we are different from a normally corporate run business.
Another question while we're right there. If we were to approve this document, what does that do to any existing employees?
My thought, employees stay moving forward. With what they're doing, because we have to, we're still working on budget. We're still working on the audit findings, we're still paying bills. We're still paying our employees.
I agree, and in fact, that's what I discussed with Lisa. She looks forward to working for a person like this and doing the job of making things right. So she stated that. So I'm all for it. She's doing a good job, by the way. I questioned the need to have a meeting with Sam up here initially. And I said, geez, that costs money. And she pointed out she worked deal with Sam. She's doing it because he's going to do it. Also, she pointed out it's more than just the leases. It involves the grants, and the grant piece is important for the employees public doesn't know this, but she's got a meeting scheduled with all the directors of all the departments and all the department heads and anybody they want to bring along to learn about grants and what's expected from an audit point of view, which will help them keep track in the departments as well as what has to be transferred and kept within the finance department. So I thought that she took some really good initiative to do that, and I'm proud of her for doing that. So I think that's great, and I think the next thing we'll do is get somebody to knock that wall out of here and get us out of here eventually. But to have a director and the two of them doing and have this be a first class the heart of this county government.
I would say in my conversations with her, I think we've all had conversations with her. And holler at me if I overstep my bounds here speaking about a person.
I will.
You made the statement that she is very willing to work for this person that we're considering a job description for. I believe the statements made to me by an individual would be she loves her job and wants to keep that job. It was not necessarily exactly how you stated it. She may have stated it differently when she spoke to you.
She sure did.
So that would be my statement on that. And I want to make sure if we approve this document that we are not doing away with any existing county employees, or I won't vote for it.
I didn't say that in there anyway.
So, well, I just want that. That's my statement. If that is a part of approving this document, I will not support it.
With rolling in grants, leases, depending on what we find out with payroll and what that would cost, or whether that would actually be a benefit to us or not, since we don't entirely know yet. It's just been a suggestion by Sam DiNardo and others who have looked at our situation, and I think we are going to need those three people, especially if all of a sudden we're into a conversion time period.
I would agree. We would probably need 3 people in that department. But I won't support a wholesale changeover. I just won't. And speaking of Sam, he was accredited with something at the last meeting. A statement, which I did visit with him about. Was somewhat misrepresented at the last meeting.
Okay.
His statement was not that we need to have someone with a degree in this office. His statement was that if we were looking for someone new, that he would naturally look for someone with as much training and experience as possible. That was his statement, not that we have to have that in our department.
Yeah.
So. I'm gonna put that out there to correct that on the record as well.
Okay.
And this does not have anything speaking to salary range on it.
No, my initial thought was,
Job description.
well,
When
I
we
guess,
publish it,
it's $8,000 start.
I don't think you need it on the job description. And that
Drop it down.
you don't. When we come back and we're ready to hire somebody, we need to figure out what this means.
Okay.
And what that salary will be, otherwise we get bogged down.
Yeah, you will in the posting.
In the posting, yeah,
Gotta have it
we
posted.
to in the posting. Good enough.
Well,
So-
we could just take a guess.
That's the way it used to be done.
Do it for free, because you love Custer.
Just a big separate.
Demi. What else you have? Kevin?
And we're taking out any wording of accepting experience for degrees, correct? It has been in a lot of our.
Yeah, it's not in there. It's required.
It's a requirement.
All the time.
A master's degree is preferred. And
All I have at the
experience as a
present time.
Okay, I'm good.
I'm sorry, Kevin, what was your last comment?
I am good at this time.
No, I mean, the one before that. About, something about degrees?
He was wondering if it was.
That a degree is required and not preferred.
We had experience in the past, not on here, would substitute for a degree. We have a degree required here based on this.
Okay. You were
Master's
speaking very
preferred.
low and I couldn't hear you.
Okay.
That's all he
My
said.
apologies, sir. I tend to do that at times.
Trail off, don't trail off.
Anything else from here at the table?
Kevin?
Sorry.
Hang on, we're still at the table.
Well, it was about the wording.
Hang on a minute. You
She's
can
gonna
speak
give you
to
a
it.
chance to do
You can
that.
speak
He's
to it in a
just
minute.
getting
We're at
us
the
out of the
table
way
right
here, and then you get the first choice.
Anything else from you, sir?
No,
Okay, I would open it up for public comment on the item that we have before us now. You may
Okay, so my
go.
question to Lucas is when you suggested governmental public sector experience, we suggested saying required, so is that changed to?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And I think we put that in there. It makes a whole bunch of sense. It's different.
Which, by the way, was already changed on the copy I was provided with last week.
I know, I don't know why it's not on this one. Somebody
That's
screwed
why
up
I'm
in the
asking if
translation,
we were
because it was
using the same
required.
document.
Quit beating me up over one word.
He'll fix it, he'll fix it.
Excuse me, can I say something?
Hang on a minute. Just a minute. Are you finished at this time? Mr. Arrigo, you have the
Okay,
floor.
so, I think I'm probably the only one in the room with the experience. And I have a lot of it, especially in governmental sector accounting. The reason government sector accounting is not required is because if you're an accountant and you know anything about accounting, the difference between corporate accounting and government accounting is really the name of accounts and presentation.
That's right.
So for example, all organizations have a balance sheet. In a governmental balance sheet, the retained earnings section is not retained earnings. It has common stock, preferred stock, etc. It has fund balances. Okay,
That's right.
governmental accounting does not have an income statement.
That's right.
It has a statement of revenues and expenditures, sources and uses of funds. These are very, very, very minor. If you put on a resume, you have to have governmental experience, you're gonna really narrow down applicants coming in. Every person that has a degree in accounting has also had a governmental accounting class. And they understand this stuff. To migrate from corporate accounting to governmental accounting doesn't take a person that long. You pick up on it very, very, very quickly. So I'm gonna suggest to you to restrict applicants coming in by requiring, mandating governmental experience is a negative thing. You really don't need to do that.
You're saying it may reduce the field of choices.
Absolutely. It'll
So,
reduce
if it
the
does
field.
that, then I
And you
agree.
want to have as many applicants as you can. What you're really looking for is somebody that understands accounting, has a really good character level and work ethic, and is gonna come in and take the bull by the horns and understands the basics, to be able to put things together. So I really think you're making a mistake if you require governmental accounting. Same thing with the CPA. Okay? CPA means you pass the test, and the test's hard, I know, because I passed it. Okay? But you don't have to be a CPA to come in here and do that. And if you require that kind of thing, all it's doing is making it harder for people to apply. So
Yeah,
I really think it's best for the county that you not do something.
Yeah, we prefer to, you're making a good point, because I had extensive experience in the government, and you're right, it's different, but we're still holding to the taxpayer. That's the key. Is to understand there's a difference between a CEO of a company and a CFO in a company, as opposed to the government. That's where I was coming from, because it is different. We have to be careful on how we manage money in the government a lot differently than the corporations do. So I think having experience is good, but you're right, it can be, maybe it's just preferred.
Okay. Thank you, Lynn. Before I go anywhere else, are you guys wanting to change it back to the original, or are you wanting to stay where you're
I
at?
think I'm good.
Conversation.
In light of the suggestion that we got, and I saw you nodding your head and a few others nodding their heads,
I think preferred is fine.
preferred is the way to go.
You make your changes too quick.
Okay, it's unscratch it.
Sure. My name is Bill Parker. I have a couple of points I want to make. I'm glad that Mr. Arrigo brought up the issue of a CPA. I agree with him totally. All it's doing is restricting the candidate pool. I have been involved in many, many audits, both as an auditor and on the client side in my career. And I have worked for and with accountants, not CPAs, who could run rings around CPAs.
Yeah.
We do not need a CPA. All it's going to do is restrict your candidate pool.
Good.
I would just excise that line right out of the job.
It's already, yeah, it just says preferred. You
No,
don't even want it in there.
I wouldn't even mention it,
Okay.
because if a CPA wants to apply, he's not going to be restricted from doing so. But it does open the door for non-CPA accounting candidates. I'm
Yeah, you
fully,
wouldn't be given preference to that, maybe, is what you're saying. If it's in there, that means it would be.
yes,
I would just not even mention it.
Good point.
The second point I want to make, and I fully support going out and hiring this position. I think with all the grant work and with all the lease work and with the current complexity of running a government organization, it's not like it was many years ago. It's very much more complicated. And it needs somebody with that kind of skill set, that kind of education and experience to run an efficient, effective financial department. And so I'm hoping that we are going to post this position and do a very hard recruiting job to find the right person. And I'm sure that we can. And I don't think it's going to cost an arm and a leg to find this right person. We're just not looking for somebody who's been a CFO at a major corporation. It's just not that kind of a position. But we are looking for somebody with good knowledge of accounting principles. That's what we need. That's what we have not had. The second point I want to make is that it's going to take some time to recruit this person. And we discussed that issue, you guys, the commissioners discussed that issue, have discussed it at several meetings. If we were to try to recruit a person like this, it's going to take some time. At the meeting on October 31st, a motion was passed to recruit a contract accountant. Right at the end of the meeting, it was moved and it was unanimously passed to recruit a contract accountant. And I haven't heard a word about it since. And when the motion was being considered, Commissioner Epp posed a direct question to Len Arrigo, because Len had a candidate in mind. He wasn't thoroughly familiar with the qualifications of that candidate, and he was going to check further into it. Never heard any feedback about that at all, nor have I heard any feedback in Commissioner Epp's finance reports and unfinished business about what are we doing? What action are we taking to recruit this contract accountant? To me, that's unfinished business and it needs to be reported on. And I would like to get some feedback now as to what's being done to find this person. Thank you. Thank you.
That, if I could respond to that.
You may.
Bill, we'll respond to this towards the end of the meeting. If that's okay.
Yeah.
And not during a motion.
Yeah, good point.
Sure.
So a little background, I worked for US Bank and I managed the bank. We, at the time we were around 33, 34 in size out of 16,000 banks. We were always number 4 or 5 in profitability. So we knew how to make money and hang on to it. But the real thing is, as a banker, we look to CPAs. We like them. And I understand what you're saying about bookkeepers. But I had a friend who he and I were gonna do some business together, so I made him go to my CPA. And he got it back in the 70s. He got him a $300,000, over $300,000 tax refund. His bookkeeper didn't know what he was doing with that particular type of business. But anyway, I think a good graduate in finance could certainly handle this size. I don't know, but I'm not qualified with your volume is over here and all. But the concern about the one statement that that this person would do the county's financial statements. Based on the report that I read on your audit, we wouldn't loan you money. And the accounting is critical. There was a gal here in Colorado just a few years ago, got away with it, and she didn't get away with it, she's in jail now. I think it was around 800,000 out of the county. Okay. We have a responsibility to protect the county's money. Citizens. And there's some citizens, I'm reading this financial job function last night. There's some issues here. In the bank, we had standard operating procedures. And everything that we did was in those books. Some of them written back in the 1920s and 1930s. But you know what? They knew how to guard that money. They did it right the first time. Very rarely did we see changes in the control of our activity. And myself, I always got great audits. The national banking examiners would come in and examine your branch. And every year. And then our auditors, 2 years in my career as a manager, because they were short of auditors, my branch was not audited. So I am a great believer in control. It's critical. And I'm stunned. And it's not your fault. It's just an osmosis thing. You've been just running the county as it is. Nobody's ever thought about the financial end of it. And I'm not sure, you might want to think about having an audited financial statement. That's expensive. But there are times when we were loaning millions of dollars, we required audited financial statements. Because we had an outside independent source to put in their business, major national accounting firms, putting their company's name on that, saying that these records are correct. We don't need that, but we do need a good company that can audit from the experience. And there are CPA companies out there that do audit, and they audit from everything you need to know about your organization as far as the financial end is concerned. You only did it once, you know every issue you have. You get auditing, procedures, standard operating procedures, so that everybody knows. And then we worked the 3 deep program, I called it. We had 3 people in every branch who knew every job. So nobody could be sick or gone or die and harm our operation. We had to have, so you could work 6 months in this part of your finance and then 6 months of that and 6 there. And now you're ready to fill in when you need to. You gotta know that you got backup. Point. Right. So I just saw this last night.
And if
I'm
you could
gonna
hurry,
write, and I'll send it over to you. I'll write some thoughts on this, but you got a great resource right here that can do a lot more than I can.
Sounds like you got a contract auditor volunteer, maybe. Not yet.
All right. So good luck. I've got another meeting at noon, but
You do too, don't you, Dan?
No, I don't.
What's your name, sir?
Gary Kirsch. Yeah. But anyhow. good
Thanks,
luck.
Gary.
Thank you, sir. Lisa Frank, you've had your hand up.
Okay, I missed the very beginning of this discussion and so I could be wrong, but was it suggested that the grant person be another position within the county? No. Okay, that was going to be part of one of the two positions job, grant writing. Is that correct?
Not writing.
Just grant administration, collecting them up,
Grant.
making sure.
Okay, well, who would write the grants?
The
'Cause I know
departments.
The
Bring it to
departments, okay. Well, a thought came to me, is there a possibility for freelance work in that area if it's a big burden?
If you are volunteering to write grants, I will let you do that.
Well, I've freelanced on a lot of things, but not grant writing. Okay, I just wanted to put that out there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Those kind of things.
Okay, thank you, Lisa.
Good job.
I got a hand back here. I can't see. Okay, James.
James Gilbert, I have a couple of things. One, to address Kevin's issue about directly affecting a current employee's job. Anytime you write a job description that has the word required in it, if the person in that position doesn't have it, technically you're terminated.
No,
So
you're
be
not.
careful about the word required. Secondly, a meeting or so ago, I, among others, were directly asked to help. If we had any ideas or any comments or whatever with this process. And so I'm gonna try to address that now. My experience is not in financials. My experience is in science. I've spent 4 years in advanced education to get a doctoral degree in microbiology. Spent 12 years in research and development and direct management of science and science projects in the pharmaceutical and biopharmaceutical industry. And I spent 17 years in pharmaceutical and biopharmaceutical quality assurance and quality control. So why do I bring all this up? Well, because in those 17 years, we were audited more than once a year, let's put it that way. And the auditing agencies were our clients and or the FDA. We were audited for compliance with our own standard operating procedures, as well as the good laboratory practices and current good manufacturing practice regulations of the federal government, which are in section 21. At any rate, the result of those audits was always a report. The report was called a 483 federal document form and a form or a report from the client. They would have observations. The observations would be minor or major or a warning letter. In looking at the observations of last year's audit, as well as back to 2011, since many of those audits got qualified or non-qualified reports and had observations, I would stipulate that those observations were minor. In the non-qualified report of last year, it looks like we also got some major observations. In my experience, minor observations are dealt with based upon internal policies if they exist, practices, as well as the perceived need of the organization to comply with that observation. Because if you are less efficient, but for the perception of the government and or the client, you may be more efficient in your own operations. The major
major observations. For the government, you must comply and provide evidence that you did. And for your client, you must comply or you won't get their business. What we did not get was a warning letter, which is an adverse report. So that series of comments to me would indicate that the sky is not falling and we need to be a little bit reserved in the reactions that are taken. You had a comment?
I was just telling you had 1 minute left.
Oh, one. The last thing I wanted to say is I believe today ought to be declared a county holiday because Lucas Epps, Joy Anderson, and I agreed on one thing.
Thank you, James. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
National holiday.
Joy.
I want to bring up something that I haven't heard discussed yet in regard to this whole financial situation in the audit. I know you're probably thinking, what could not have.
Is it on the audit or is it on the motion on the
It
floor?
is very much related to this position that you're discussing
To-
right now.
To the job description.
Yes.
Okay, you may go then.
Because you've talked, as the three of you talked, you talked about how this person was going to interface with the treasurer, and whether the treasurer was gonna need to be involved, whether they were gonna work with her, that kind of thing. That's the piece I wanna talk about. And what I wanna bring up is, according to state statute, it is the treasurer who's to receive all monies belonging to the county, from whatsoever source they may be derived, and all other monies which are by law directed to be paid by him. It also goes on, that is from 3010-707, 30-10709. County treasurer shall keep a just and true account of the receipt and expenditure of all monies that come into his or her hands by virtue of the office, in books to be kept by the treasurer for that purpose. I'm not gonna read the rest of that paragraph. You can. Gonna skip down to part 3. If a recommendation or finding is contained in the final report of any audit conducted pursuant to subsection 1 or 2 of this section, the treasurer shall promptly address the recommendation or finding and shall report to the Board of County Commissioners regarding the disposition of the recommendation or finding no later than 90 days after the issuance of the final audit report. Now, this is where I'm gonna say, I find this BOCC participation procedure that was proposed by Lucas very difficult. Because I'm gonna make statements that are gonna sound like assumptions when I really want to ask a question and have you answer. But I'm told we're not doing dialogue now. We just do 5 minutes of talking and sit down. So my question would have been, because I don't know her, I couldn't recognize her on the street if I saw her. Has she ever been in one of these meetings since the audit thing came up? Because I don't see the treasurer in here, as far as I know, and she's responsible for the audit of the county. Where is that discussion? Where is she? And why isn't she a part of this? I think it matters a lot as we think about the finance director and how they're going to work and do this legally and have the people that are actually responsible for things take responsibility for it and not just dump it on the director of finance.
Thank you. Did you say you had a response here?
Yeah, let me just shortly address that, not completely, Joy. Good question, good point. She does come to the meeting. She's been here many times. She wasn't at the last meeting. She presents her report monthly all the time. However, she's never done what you're suggesting, which is a good point. She should be participating in understanding the big financial picture that we're in, because she is accountable for the audit as well. There's no question about it. And so that's a good point. I think Lucas wrote down a note, I did, but there's no reason in the world that that's not a good discussion you had, not a question.
And I'd like to respond too. So questions are part of public comment. You can make a question. So just to clarify that, I hope you guys know that. I want the questions. And then we can choose as to whether we're gonna answer them or not, but, and it's not my intention not to be able to answer one. I may not be able to answer that day because I need to get more information. So the treasure question is a question that's irrelevant to this. I mean, we could go into this great dialogue about the treasure now, but it's relevant to the motion on the table right now of accepting this, and we have to move forward, and that is an elected official position, and that deals with state statutes, and we need, we would have to dive into the qualified opinions about those state statutes and what those state statutes mean overall in what we can do there.
Or Lucas, it could mean a simple thing. It says, gotta work with the treasurer. You know, they interface. There's a synergy or between the two departments. They gotta and I don't know if that needs to be in the job description or not. That might be a procedures thing that was brought up or a process thing. Good point.
Sure.
Matt Miles again. Lucas brought up the computer system. And I still don't know what we're spending on it. I've heard 200,000 a year, 250,000 a year.
50 to 55 a quarter.
One thing I do know is if you look for ratings and recommendations on it, they're all negative, the ones that are there. And the other thing that I've been trying to find out for a while is how that system was picked, who picked it, what qualifications did they have to pick it, what criteria were used. I can't seem to get that answer. And what I would suggest is what you have before you looked at is something that would have, if that person had been in there, they would have asked the hard questions and would have determined what kind of system we should have here and would have properly and fairly evaluated the system. Because I've already got a quote on a system and I'm pretty sure it'll do the bill here for 20 grand a year. If you take 200 grand, less 20 grand, that's $180,000 and that'll hire a lot of accountants. That'll probably straighten this whole thing up. The money's just sitting there. So the real problem in the situation is
Up here.
all we ask is that you hire somebody to manage our money. That's all we're asking. That's it. It's a simple request. And the last thing, there was some implication at the last meeting that you know, this county is kind of mediocre. It's not perfect. That's what I heard. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I think this county is perfect. Just like it is. And I'll tell you too, I think there are perfect people in it. Plenty of them in it. They're all in here. You just got to get the person that's right to do what the job is it's required to manage our money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, man.
Thanks.
I would respond to part of that. You said you were not able to ascertain who started that process. It was actually started before I came on board, so the only one in that know would probably be Commissioner Kanda. But I do believe that it was the previous director of finance that had went to that system.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have you spoke on this issue already, sir?
Well,
And
I really didn't. Okay.
have you made public comment on this particular
I
issue?
don't think I have.
Okay, I didn't write any names
I
down. so-
commented on the resume, but that was just to talk about governmental experience.
You got a comment on the job description.
Yeah, I just want to respond to what James said about audits. Type of government audit that James went through is a functional audit, an operational audit. I've gone through those too. That's where GAO comes in for an example. They look at your rules and your regulations and they say, are you following them? And they give an opinion based upon that. Okay? We couldn't have a functional audit because we don't have procedures. Okay, but that's not the type of audit you went through. You went through a financial audit, and that's adherence to governmental accounting principles as well as GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. The type of audit you went through concludes, do your financial statements fairly represent your operations? Now that's the difference. There's two types of opinions, qualified and unqualified. You guys know the first comment you got a qualified opinion was this year. A qualified opinion by definition says you have some major issues. Principally GASB 87 in this, the handling of the lease. Now, what's the results of that? You have to cure it. So you have to cure it through your auditor, who then goes to the state and tells the state you have cured it. What happens if you don't? The state steps in. What does the state do? They take control of your tax dollars. And once they do that, it's have fun trying to get control back of it. So my point is, it's a serious issue. It's a very serious issue. Okay, these are serious findings that must be resolved, and that's the difference between the two. And that's what I wanted to explain to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Carol.
My name is Carol Vinder. I've got a lot of county experience, including sitting in this seat that you gentlemen are sitting in a much bigger county. I guess I'm confused. Have you created this position?
No, we have not.
It exists.
Have you made a decision to restructure the finance department? If so, what are the job descriptions of those people in the finance department? And how are those funded? What are the salaries of those people? Where does our existing staff fit? It sounds to me, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna do a personnel issue. I know I'm not supposed to do that, but kick me out. It sounds like Lisa is being replaced. But we don't want to replace her now because we need her to do all these jobs. Well, if we need her to do all these jobs, if we've not hired that interim accountant last week to take over, if we're still going to count on her to do all these jobs, she needs to have the opportunity to compete with the job that she's already doing. The next time you go around, you know, when this finance director is gone, I mean, she may or may not win the position, but she needs to be able to compete for it because you're trusting her to do it. You can't just treat employees this way. I'm going to change your job description and I'm going to say you need a degree and you don't have that. Sorry, you're gone. You know, we can't get people to apply for jobs in this county. You know, you're reposting and you're reposting. There was a posting for board positions. Nobody applies. Why do you think that is? Who would watch this process go on and think this is going to be a great place to work? You know, you're going to hire all these people from somewhere else that have got that piece of paper and think that they're going to do a better job than the people that you've already got who are dedicated, who I can't figure out why they haven't walked away. I certainly would have. I certainly am in the process of doing that. But let me tell you guys, you can criticize all you want. But which one of you has walked a mile in these guys' shoes? In the shoes of a department head? This is a thankless job oftentimes. And I gotta say, in this county, it must be a job that feels like you're working in hell.
Thank you.
Jim McMahon.
It makes goes a lot of sense. But that kind of sense is what's got us here. You can't let employees hold this county hostage. Hard decisions have to be made on my behalf as a constituent, the taxpayer. And if you run into a big whoopsie daisy where your hands are tied and you're incapable of going forward to serve the county, I'd say that's probably time to call for a press release and say, holy moly, we're done. Is that what we got here? I don't think so. You guys are headed in the right direction. Thank God we have people in here holding this thing together. Because the last 4 years that I've been involved in watching this, and why I'm standing in this room today, is because of how dysfunctional it's been. I watched a lot of reactive minds doing some weird things that a reasonable person wouldn't have done. We're tracking it. We're writing a book about it now. That's how crazy this is. You guys are headed down the right road. Lucas, thank you. Bill, thank you. Kevin, thank you. I know it's looked pretty bad. But I would say Lisa is absolutely a team player. You know, them folks that are in there right now, you bet we need to really be thankful for that because they're holding stuff together. I know Kelly does a lot too. She's probably the heart or the center of this county. But we have to get past that and get this thing back on track. The complexity of the Gatsby 87, the grants, and all these different things that we're having to comply with takes a very talented individual. And I think Bill and Lenny and we've all kept saying, man, this is a big job. So I'm not going to look at the back because I'd really like to point out some stuff that should have happened a long time ago. We're going to leave that alone. That's coming. But getting back on track is awesome. So I would say the sooner we can get an individual to fill that position and to take this burden off of the existing people that are there now, if it's out of their wheelhouse, I would say absolutely, let's get this thing going. And I think Bill said we need a interim contract person could maybe come in and start to get it in order. And the software sound like a complete disaster. And Kevin, you did mention you knew who got that. You weren't involved in it or was here before. You've been a few years finance guy, no? I guess all you guys are in finance, really. But how come we're just now discovering this as we the people? We the people come in here and started saying, what's going on? That other thing, I can't say anything because everybody's so sensitive about stuff. We had a situation where we promoted somebody apparently that was in a position. We promoted them, wasn't adequate for the job. That's all. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you for going forward with this.
Hi, I'm Betsy Taylor. And I've been listening to what everybody said. I read the job description last night. I'm kind of aware of what's going on. I like what you had to say, Miles. I believe that is a good point, that if you get a truly good operating system that doesn't cost so much, then you can afford to have somebody overall. And to speak to what Carol and some other people have said, I know it doesn't sound like you're trying to get rid of anybody. It sounds like what I see needs to happen is an overarching person to kind of oversee what everybody does, not do everybody's jobs. We're not going to take something away from Virginia, but if she needs to be held accountable for something she hasn't been doing, then this person can be part of doing that. And so what I see is we really do need, I mean, this county has grown so much since I was 2 years old. There is just no comparison whatsoever. And we have to go with the progress of that, whether we like it or not. Because we're gonna get hit with stuff from the state and federal, whatever it is. So we need to have, in my view, somebody who is overarching, who sees what's going on with everything. Doesn't have to run everything, but is paying attention and asking questions and holding people accountable. Accountability now, in my mind, is like one of the most important things we've got to address. We have to be accountable for the things that we're supposed to be taking care of. And so this is what I just see. I think we need to go ahead with getting this position out there and looking for somebody. And I think, you know, you're right, it's gonna take a while to get the right person, but you will. If it's meant to be, this person will come. And then if there needs to be, though, a transition, I think where you talk to the people who are already working here and say, we've got to all work together. We're not trying to usurp your position. We just need to make this work better than it has. So we don't end up getting sued and we don't end up having to pay fines and fees and all the rest of it. If it's done well with all the audit stuff that people have talked about, that's not going to happen. And I thank you for all you do. It's not an easy job, what you're doing. I wouldn't want to do it. I thank you for what you're doing. I appreciate it. And I wish you the best of luck with it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Betsy.
Sure.
Herb Coburn. I'm not sure the motion, I hear a lot of talk about systems and other things, but the motion is about the job description, right?
That is correct, sir.
And it's to approve the job description, not necessarily approve the hiring of somebody. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, I think the job description looks pretty good to me, if that's what you're gonna do. I think the decision to hire somebody is very premature. You have an audit that happened, you have a task list that you can implement based on that audit. You have a person in place that can help implement those things. And you have the ability to hire a consultant to guide you. To put somebody in a chair right now to do all this when you really don't have a plan, to me is like putting the cart before the horse. So I think you need to address the audit, figure out how you're going to do it with the resources you have. And then if you need to hire a financial manager, you can do that later, but you need to deal with the audit and get that taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Last call. Okay, nothing online.
Nothing online.
No. Many people.
I'll say it too loud.
Yeah. I would make it. I appreciate the conversation that we had here today on this. I would also say I appreciate the decorum that was presented here today, which is much better than it has been. Thank you. I would have to tend to agree with you, sir, and with you, Carol. This is a pretty good job description, but are we putting the cart before the horse? We have not approved that. We have not moved forward on that. Should this take place after that? Maybe so. Once again, the process. We spoke to that earlier on a previous item of business. I question that. Anything else from anybody here?
So, I guess maybe I'm ignorant on the process of whether we decide to do one and then go find the statement. Because I did sit through an 8-hour
job description, meeting on an 8-hour job description before we decided to go forward with the position in the past. And so it could be ignorance on my part that I just don't know the process, and maybe this is something I need to put on my list of things to research and develop. This is the process that we go through to hire somebody new, or to think about hiring somebody new, or to put together a resume or a job description for somebody new. I want to address some of the comments and questions that people had. So budget time. Our current finance director is probably, well, it's not probably, there's too much responsibilities, and the hours that they're putting in is way more than the 40 hours that are there, that we're paying for. So we should either be paying more, or we need to find somebody else. Because they are still doing HR. That person is still doing, or that position is still doing.
Just to be clear, when you say we need to find somebody else, somebody in addition.
Oh, sorry. Yes, so I have no intention of removing the person that is in the position they are now from their position, because until I get an HR director or manager or whatever we want to call them, that person is still going to be, even within the addition of this new director of finance, they will still be doing some of the HR activities and tasks that the county has. It's not my intention to stop doing what the two people that we have in the finance department now from doing and moving forward. But we do have a load on them that is probably, especially with one person being brand new to the department and tackling what they've been tackling so far. So I don't, if I've misconstrued or misstated some things, or haven't been clear on my intentions for this position, then I own that, but those are my comments.
Okay, I have a final comment based on all of what we've just said. Good points, everybody. However, we aren't putting the cart before the horse. We've just recognized the department has requirements that are necessary, and if there is a position that needs a job description, that's it. In the past, we screwed up. What happened on the county manager? I remember sitting down a year ago in November talking about a job description for a department we didn't have. It was county manager. We went through it in excruciating detail, worse than, I mean, it was terrible. And we did it. We didn't follow the law. The law said for that position, you have to have a committee that decides you need it. Right? Well, we've done that in this case already. And we know that we need the requirement, we need this position, and we respect the requirements for it. And we've said it over and over again, nobody's going to lose a job on this. And in fact, I believe it's needed to manage this. And like I've said before, it's a good, honest effort at trying to do the right thing with the problem that we have now. The next step would be at some point in time, and we've got to go through the audit. We're going to do that. We have to do that. We're going to get we already made a motion to hire somebody. Well, Lucas pointed that out. We're going to follow through with it. Requisite contract. Anyway, so that is the next steps. Nobody's saying hire it now, fire anybody, stop doing what we're doing. It's starting to say do better with what we've got now, straighten up the issues, look at the equipment. All that's going to be taking time, and that's going to be brought to us individually to make sure we vote on it. Nobody's making a decision who to hire right now. It's recognizing the requirements for the position of as big as this position is. So I'm good with it. I'm ready to go.
Address both of you gentlemen, I guess the statements are correct. We sat through that and set up a job description for a position we did not have at the time. And I just heard you, I didn't hear you say it, but I heard you say it, it was wrong.
Because of that law that we followed then. And in
So,
fact, we don't want to
let me go
repeat
ahead-
the wrong, do we?
Let me go ahead and finish my statement.
We have a position already.
Let me finish my statement, sir. And I will own that, because I'm the one that set that up and I'm the one that took it, and I will own that. But in the same sentence, you're saying that we did that before, so we can do it again now.
I didn't say that.
That is how it comes across, but then in the same sentence, you're also saying what we did then was wrong. So is it wrong or is it right? My statement.
So we could table this motion and get rid of it, and then we can go and we can discuss whether we think, we want to move forward with a position and structure our finance department. And then, okay, what is this person, or what is this position, I should say? What's the job requirements? And we've just discussed some of it, or all of it.
I think at that time where this discussion is went today, you would have something in place if you made that decision to where that would be taken care of in a timely manner then. I would think that I would agree, like I say, I forced that before. It's been stated we did it wrong and improper. And so do we do it again?
Let me
That's my
restate it.
question.
I'm gonna make one more try.
Go ahead.
The bottom line is we have a department, we have a director, period. All we did right now is to look at that director position and say, what are the qualifications for that position? That's all we've done. We already have, in that other case, we didn't have the position, we didn't have the department, period. And that's what I meant by not doing it right. To do it right now is to identify the requirements for it, make it happen, and then as we evolve, decide when it's right to hire that person, decide how it ought to be organized. I think we're organized pretty well. You got two people doing two different things right now. They're not going to change that right now. And in the future, they're going to be needed. We've been stated. So we've got the position there now. All we're trying to do is establish the requirements for that position, period.
Okay.
And we should do it. We have tabled it. We're just wasting time. And this is a good thing to have so that when come back to decide how we're going to hire it, where it's going to be, what's the salary, and all that has to be decided yet. Period. So I'm good with, like I said, this is an honor to be here and have this happen now, in understanding what the audit brought to us, the ability to make this happen.
Thank you.
One last comment, certified public accountant license, CPA preferred, was recommended, or it was stated. And I would take that Lenny would agree that it's a recommendation that we remove the CPA being preferred completely from there.
I think that's a good thing to do. It opens the field better. We'll modify it.
So you gentlemen wanting to take that one completely out?
Yeah.
Government, public sector
Experience preferred.
experience. Okay. We'll call the question. We have a motion on the floor to approve the job description for Director of Finance and Accounting for Custer County, Colorado, as modified here today. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Nay. Motion carries by a 2-1 vote. Thank you. Discussion of employers council. I think that might be a typo. Discussion of employers council investigation of the sheriff's department.
Yeah,
You
that,
brought that, sir.
I brought it up only to make a quick statement because there's a lot of rumors flying around. There's no investigation of the sheriff's department, period. That's what I wanted to get out on the record for sure first. Secondly, I'm the new HR managing commissioner and I haven't had any opportunity to understand anything on this yet. There is a employee council and there are people that know what employee councils are better than I do, but it's an independent organization that is investigating employees that have questions, and I'm not going to get into it at all. And so it would be requiring an executive session of some kind to address personnel issues, if there are any. And the reason I wanted to bring it up is because we're responsible for the money to pay for this. I'm not knowing anything about it. They're asking for $2,000 more on something they've already spent $4,000 on, or $3,000, whatever it is. And it's exceeding. We're going to write the check. So I need to know more about it so I can recommend going along and with the board and get the approval to go ahead and keep funding that, whether it's warranted or not. So that's all I brought it up for. There's no discussion needed unless I missed anything, Dan.
No, I appreciate you making the clarification that neither the sheriff's department nor the county sheriff are currently under
That's
any
correct.
investigation.
So, and the good news is new HR guy will be coming in here and he'll be working for me. And we will make sure that a lot of these things that have been in the past been not as handled as good as it could have because of lack of thinking or whatever on my part or anybody else's. So we're straightening it up just like we are the finance department. So stay tuned. But luckily for me, HR kind of things have to be done with less of a crowd. So thank you. But I'll be there.
All right, so
Bill's got
there'll
a
probably
question
be
on
public comment.
Yeah.
This is basic, that's a discussion that was, well, it is on there for discussion, so go ahead, sir.
Bill Parker, rumors flying around. What I understand is that money has been paid out for some purpose related to this issue.
Right.
What was the money paid for?
I don't know. That's what I said. Well, I'm gonna find out before I authorize or come back to the board and say spend more money on it.
It was paid out for the investigation, if I'm not.
Yeah, there's a private investigator that's been working with somebody doing something. So that's all I'm gonna say. I don't know. So I'm grabbing a hold of
You
it.
can say it's an ongoing investigation.
That's it. And so
Related to the sheriff's department?
No.
Related to a personnel issue.
It's all, it wasn't, I don't know how the sheriff's department got involved. It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant, you know. Bottom line is I'm upset to find out after the fact that somebody spent money and none of the commissioners know about it. And sometimes that shows what kind of controls we might need, right? Doesn't it? And so, because at first, you know what happens is creep. It's requirements creep.
Yeah.
All right, well, we can do this for $1,800, whatever they said at first. I don't know what it was. And the next thing they know, well, we need more because we got to chase this rat hole down here. That came back to the same person, I guess. I don't know. And they said, well, okay, here's $2,000 more. Well, all I'm telling you is I'm putting a finger in the dike and we're gonna like this because that's what I'm supposed to be doing, right? The audit said that's it. Controls are important. So that's all I wanted to point out. Your commissioners are grabbing a hold.
Thank you. I'll look forward to your next report.
I'll be giving it. But Bunker Hills first.
Okay.
Was it not authorized?
You don't have the floor yet.
So,
Wait, who's up?
so Jim McMahon. So here's another fine example of why the urgency of getting somebody someplace in that building that knows what's going on. Wait a minute, this hot potato thing is gonna have to stop. The other thing. Kevin, I thought you stated you knew about it.
I did know about it,
Oh,
sir.
okay, all right.
That was a misstatement there.
I didn't know. I had known nothing. See.
So it's not as bad as it seems. Somebody said, hey, can I do this?
I was aware that
Yeah, okay.
And that's why I made the
issue had
statement.
Went to employers council.
And that's why I
Yes.
made the mistake, the statement on creep happening because it got to be more and more and now
So
we got
raising the transparency in fiduciary trust. That's, I think, is where we're going with this position that we're looking at. To be able to have that accountability and transparency. You know what I mean? Because it's hard, you gotta cowboy a lot of this the way it is. You know what I mean? We're just cowboying stuff, and that's good, that's fine, it's got us this far. But we're gonna have to make the change, so I appreciate it, Bill, thank you for stepping up and grabbing a hold like you said, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Arrigo.
Okay, I was confused too. It was authorized, Kevin, you did authorize,
Yes, I did.
and when it was authorized, you knew what was going on, that it wasn't the sheriff, it wasn't the sheriff department, what was it?
I'm not
we can't
going
discuss
there.
We're not
I'm not
discuss
involved in any of that.
An ongoing
Sir.
personnel investigation.
It
in this
is.
county.
It is a personnel issue, and that is all I'm gonna say.
That's all we can say.
Thank you.
Okay, what did it mean?
Thank you, sir. Joy.
I guess it relates to this, but it's also a separate subject. I know that there used to be an employee manual in 2018 that was adopted by the county for personnel, and it established a separation between the sheriff and the county. I want to bring up the issue that in July you passed a personnel policy manual that seemed to separate. It went away, you did away with the separation between the sheriff and the county. And I find that in contradiction to the law, and I could read that into it too.
Sir, hang on a minute, sir.
The county sheriff is chosen at this time to allow the county's HR policies to operate as the county sheriff's department's HR policies. The sheriff can choose to have his own HR policies should he choose to do so. However, at this time, he has chosen to have basically the county's HR policies be his own HR policies as well.
Thank you. You may
Okay.
continue now.
Okay, and in the new HR policies, I think it states that there's an employee of the sheriff's department has a problem, that he's to go to the HR person in the county with that complaint. I'm gonna propose that that's a really bad system. That person should at least go to the sheriff himself with a complaint in writing. The sheriff is the one by statute that gets to terminate his employees or not terminate his employees. He certainly should be the first person who's notified about an investigation. And I believe from our previous conversations about this money that is being spent by the employees council, he did not have any knowledge that something was being brought up.
Let me clarify.
It was something hidden,
Yeah.
and I don't care whether it's personnel or not. He's the point man as sheriff.
And he still is.
Right. So let me make a last statement here, Joy, good point. The county HR is the sheriff's HR. The first job of the county HR person would be saying, sheriff, if there's an issue in his department, they would be working with the sheriff to get that up there first. It's not coming to a separate organization. We are by law now in agreement that we are the HR. We could even contract out when we thought about doing this or other, we could go put HR services out for the school district or for the a lot of the clinic maybe, because they don't have an HR. So, but you would have to be an independent HR like you should be, and you'd follow HR policies, and that person that we finally get hired, we can elect to do that. So right now, the only thing we can say, proper procedures were followed. But like I said, coming into the job new and with a new guy coming in, we're going to have to get on board, and we're going to have to decide what comes to the actual board to approve. We happen to have the budget for the sheriff. We are the ones that are accountable for that sheriff's budget entirely,
Yeah.
all of it, including investigation.
So can you tell us the date that investigation started?
No, I can't, maybe,
Why not?
I can't, because I don't know it.
And I just don't think it's.
It's not relevant
It's not
right now.
relevant.
Not something we need to be
Let's-
discussing in a public meeting.
Yeah, right now. I mean, and you know, you will see in the future, if there's anything related to a personnel issue. Remember, we got to comply with the law for executive sessions, and it has to be described in enough detail to make sure the public's aware enough that they have the right to see her there. If it's a personnel action, it would be clearly spelled out. It wouldn't be just say an executive session for personnel, you know, it'd spell out more than that.
Well, just make sure, you know, it
Right.
all started after the riots.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks for
I
the
have one online.
comment.
Cindy Howard.
Hi, thanks. I wanted to comment a little bit on the finance and the audit. I talked to Lucas following.
The item that we have before us right now is a consideration for funding. Or excuse me, for the employers. This is a discussion of the Employers Council investigation.
Yeah, we're not in public.
Okay,
comment.
sorry, I thought you were down to public comment finally. I'll hold on for that.
For you then. Thank you.
There's got to be a command
Okay.
and control on it. Somewhere there's.
We'll see if we can address that between meetings here. Okay. I will call this, I guess this is only the discussion.
It was
so
just
we
a
got
discussion.
Nothing
Nothing to do.
Next item we have, last item of business on the agenda is a consideration of funding for the employee Christmas party. Did you want to speak to that, Kelly, any at all, or no?
I don't.
Or, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you walking.
Together.
Okay,
It's a team.
would one of you two like to bring this?
Go ahead.
As we did last year, I'm just asking to see if we can host a, county employee Christmas celebration, or holiday celebration, is probably the more. A better way to put it. The only date that we have available that doesn't coincide, that doesn't contradict with, the road and bridge or.
Sure.
Sheriff's Department would be December 8th, it's kind of pushing it. But, Dominic from the VSO and Christy, Elena and myself, and anyone else who would like to volunteer from our employee staff would like to put that on.
And so what are you asking us
I'm
for?
asking
Money?
$2,000.
Okay, get to the point.
We did 1,500 last year. I think we upped it. I didn't go back to police, wasn't there. I didn't check on that. Actual what we ended up spending, but I know food prices are up, but we would do the cooking, make it as economical as possible. And would like to propose that we do that on the 8th. Have an opportunity. to-
Okay, is it, yeah, is this in lieu of a Christmas bonus we've done in the past?
No, a dedicated service
It just-
award is something totally
Yeah,
separate
that's
from
what I
this.
thought, so we make sure it's separate, so it's not the same pot. So you're looking for 2,000.
Yes. sir.
Take it out of his.
And-
I've already given you, it's your turn. It's the candy fund. If Clint was here, it would be 2,000 of his candy dollars. We've got that fund still.
I think last
We
year-
haven't sent, maybe that's where it'll come from, because we haven't been spending any money on it since, well, for quite a while.
County Attorney's Office has a candy fund? What?
No, yeah, you actually do, because he made us get one.
Kelly, do you know where this has come from before?
That's really dangerous.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember where it was speaking out of last year. I don't know.
I think it was outreach or something. No, I might be, I don't remember. That's something we're gonna have to ask Lisa to look at, but we could approve it pending the funds are there. And let Lisa tell us which fund it is. So I'll move that we do that. That we approve the $2,000, because I'll tell you, it was a very good thing last year. It went really well, and I think we had all the employees there just about. And that was a very good thing, a real dinner. And people were dressed up like waiters and waitresses and cooks and clean and dishwashers, and I mean, it was great.
Was it 4-H club or FFA, 4-H club?
We had
Was it
volunteers.
FFA?
Yeah.
So I would have moved that we approve it and then make sure we figure out that it's pending in the right pot that's already existing. I'm sure it is, that we haven't hit yet.
I would second that, I guess, in the spirit that it was we could be a little more specific and to pull that out of the same fund as we did last year,
Let's look for it.
rather than just
Yeah.
real ambiguous.
Well, if that fund's empty, we're gonna have to come back and vote on another one, I guess.
Okay.
Get it to where it's,
So I have a motion on the floor to fund the employee Christmas party in the sum of $2,000 to take place on December 8th. Discussion here at the table.
I'm good.
Public comment.
Don't be a Grinch. I don't wanna hear any Grinches in
I'm
here.
not gonna call on Cindy because hers is coming up in just a second. So, okay, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to us.
Thanks.
Any additional items of business?
I did, let me make a quick one. I should have brought it up in commissioner items. It's not it's a process. Proposition HH failed. I did talk with, JD and I talked with Lisa. We need to get a meeting together so we can look at adjusting the mill levy down to offset the rate of the extra inflation that occurred. So he's meeting with Lisa Esmet. She went over there yesterday to talk to him. And so once that's established and we know what that amount is to get us back to about a 5% is what JD said increase. So like it would have been in a normal year that inflation wasn't running amok. Then we can sit down and have them present that and we'll decide what we want to do. All the taxing districts are involved. School district already has lowered it some already on their own. And everybody has can add to that. If you look at your tax bill, your property bill, you'll see each one listed out there, point at X, whatever it is on all of them, the hospital, the et cetera. So we'll once we get our decision, what we want to do, then we'll get a meeting together with everybody so that they can look at what they're going to do and we can all agree, here's what the final is. It has to be done and certified by the 13th of December is what I think it is required what JD said. So.
And then we need to see what the state's can do on the
Yeah,
17th.
well, that gives us time to look at what they did, because that might even make it even more imperative we do something, because what the state's trying to do right now is make it look like, well, we got to fix this because we gave them a great break that they turned down. Let's go see what we can do to give them another break. And so that's how I read the latest, if you've heard the news. So they think they're going to be doing us a favor to offset the loss of their Tabor. They couched it like Tabor was bad at risk. It was not. So anyway, so yeah, we'll see that happens this Friday. Day after, is it today? Tomorrow?
Friday.
15th.
Friday. I'm sorry. I'm thinking this is Thursday.
So,
Yeah, 15. On we go. That's all I had.
I guess I want to address Bill Parker's question. So Lenarigo and I did, and more Lenarigo reached out multiple times to try to find a contract accountant to bring in. That expense just went up as we continued to search and search. And then it also makes it very hard for us to stay fair in that releasing of this is what we're looking for. We need a contract person. And it appeared that it could be easily get less transparent as we went through it. So we kind of dropped the ball on that, or we just kind of said, well, maybe we need to look at, because we got all this stuff that's going to be coming down the line, maybe it would be better to hire somebody that could come in and help this department out moving forward with everything that's going to be coming down the road, whether it's, I mean, these Gatsby rules are going to start changing more and more all the time. I think they're going to want more and more information. And we're going to have to stay on top of those things. So I don't know, it probably doesn't quite answer your question, but
No.
it just kind of ended up open air. So.
So
I guess I'll take.
can that wait till public comment? That's the next item.
Okay, be fine.
Okay,
Can I ask Mr. Arrigo's input on this same subject?
Yeah, I'll let you do.
Okay, so, be honest. I've got somebody teed up again. Very expensive. Very expensive. The reason I stopped is because I talked to Lucas and said, you know, we've kind of gotten an issue where we complained about the county manager not going public and getting more applicants and stuff. So I told Lucas, I said, we don't want to make that same, we don't want to follow that procedure. We want to be completely transparent on this. So I kicked it back to Lucas to come to you guys and say, you know, how do you want to do this? We want to be completely transparent. Now, to find somebody to come in to say, take care of your audit issues. What I did is I went to a old college classmate that has his own firm in Pueblo that doesn't have the requirement to be independent like Sam does. And to get somebody from his staff to come in, the cost is going to be really a lot of money. You're going to easily be able to bring this person in for 3 to 4 months and spend a year's salary that you pay this other guy very easily. And it may even be more than that. And so that's why I said, let's kind of bring some sensibility to this. Might it be better? You hire a qualified person that can come in and work with Lisa and Jen, and the 3 of them work together. And Sam is willing to help as much as he can while remaining independent. Okay, and so to me, if it's my dollar and I'm spending my money, I'm probably going to use an approach like that. That makes a lot more sense. Because listen, you can go bring in a hired gun, but doggone it, you're gonna pay a lot of money for that.
Well, let me make sure what you just said then. You said it's better to go out as soon as we can for the right person.
Yeah.
In the meantime, work with who we have here now and work the audit. That's
So for example, as I
Wanna
work
make
with
sure.
Sam, so Sam's gonna come in tomorrow and he's gonna do this workshop that really is bringing in your department heads, and it's gonna explain
sure.
GASB
Make it a little
87
easier.
rules.
Okay.
Okay, you got tangible assets for 22 and intangibles for 23, and basically what he's gonna say is, we need some help gathering this information. So then once we gather the information, we can make the proper journal entries to adjust stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's gonna be a yeoman's effort, trust me.
Yeah, makes
Okay,
sense.
in the meantime, okay, Lisa's still working on her AJEs. She's gonna complete those, okay, with Sam's overseeing, if you will. And then the next step is to reconcile cash to the general ledger, which is real important. And Sam has a staff accountant down there that's familiar with the audit that will work with Lisa or Jen, whoever you appoint to do that particular task, to work to try to get that. Now,
Is Sam comfortable with independence? He can't be getting in,
with
doing the job.
doing those
for it.
things, he is. Doing those things, he is, okay? But I'm gonna tell you to reconcile cash to the general ledger and to complete your AJEs and to start gathering this information. Guys, it's a yeoman's effort.
Yeah, we gotta get.
It's gonna
gotta
take
get-
some time.
Okay, well, that's fine. We got it. We gotta have time.
Yeah, so I think that's a good procedure to follow in the meantime.
Yeah, and there's no big rush. It's not like we're, I mean, you have to keep pushing pressure, but we gotta do it right.
Well,
There's time to do it
And
right.
you wanna hire the right person. You don't wanna just pick the
Right.
first person that comes along.
I get it.
You wanna make sure whoever you hire, they have the requisite skill set. They wanna live in Custer County and they don't wanna get a little experience and then leave.
Okay.
So that's my take on it.
Thanks, Mike.
okay. Yeah, so you've got is it? he was addressing the question here.
I think it's probably the same
Is it
situation
with Lucas?
as Lucas,
Go ahead, sir.
Matt Miles. Here's the situation I see. You got Lisa Bivens back there beating her brains out, trying to help us get this stuff straight, okay? And now we got a computer system I hear some more about. That the father fixed it all up and now the son's trying to run it. And if there's a problem with that computer system, we're in a jam because there's no way Lisa can fix it. Nobody can fix it. Nobody. And so we're gonna really stick her in a big jam. And so I would suggest that computer system, we're hemorrhaging money on that computer system. To me, I'd be looking at that, trying to see, no, wait a minute, is there some way we can get this new deal put together? Because we're gonna need help converting the database from the people that are running it, and we don't know what they'll do. And we're dependent on that, because if it blows up, Lisa's stuck. She can't fix it. I can't fix it. Lenny, nobody can fix it.
No, and that's one of the goals as well, because now the assessor's having his problems. We've had days, 2-3 days where we've had no access to the system at all. Just barely got payroll out, had to do 2 runs of AP. So we need to start looking at other systems.
Right.
As a financial team and start bringing those
I
things
think we need to
in.
give Lisa a checkbook and have Ryan start that.
So.
Might be that simple. May have.
Get some practice.
Get some practice.
But it is one of those goals and upcoming things that we're gonna have to bring in. What are these systems and what systems are out there and what provide the best IT support? What's the best that we can get for our money? So, thank you.
We need volunteers to help.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lenny
If I could
knows
just
how.
say one other thing, okay, so there's some steps you can go through to expedite this thing, okay?
Thank you, James.
One of the things that I recommended that I really feel pretty strongly about is migrating your payroll to ADP. These guys are really good. If you ever did anything with them, you're gonna be more than happy with what they do, and the cost is really very, very, very reasonable. That takes a lot of workload off of Lisa and Jen, okay? Secondly, I've done a lot of public sector software. I think you got an elephant gun to shoot a mouse fart in my term. Okay? I've implemented, there are public sector software out there that's very inexpensive. And I can tell you, it's something that I could implement in 6 to 9 weeks.
Is that a voluntary statement or are you telling them?
I mean, it's something, I mean.
Are you volunteering?
It's not just me, there are.
I understand what you're
There are
saying.
a lot of people out there, and the thing about it is, and I think Sam would agree with me, it's something that you could do right now. You could go ahead and you could dump this software, you could transfer your payroll, and in the meantime, you could bring something in and begin to implement it. Because the key is just implementing your chart of accounts. You get your chart of accounts set up, man, it's the same chart. It should be the same chart of accounts that you're using.
Sure.
It shouldn't change.
So the process for that would be Lucas can look at it and stuff
Yeah.
and bring that to us in either a special meeting or the next meeting.
Right. And I think, Lucas, didn't you talk to Fremont about Tyler?
Tyler, yeah. And it is more expensive than ours. Total for the whole package, the assessor, the
More
treasurer,
expensive than
the
the current one you
CIC,
have?
yes.
Well, then you don't want that.
And then it's.
No, that's the one we want.
Huge upfront costs.
Yeah, you don't want.
So.
So they will
I'll
implement
start
it in
looking into
pieces, cause I thought,
You just got the
Oh.
financial piece.
that's what I asked. That's what I
Yeah.
probably asked. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I think we've already went to public comment because that went way past
All right.
the initial question.
Way to go, Lucas.
I'm gonna assume that
Thanks.
we are done with additional items of business and we are to public comment, and Cindy, you are up.
Get ready.
Okay, hopefully I'm not too loud this time.
That's better, Cindy.
Okay, I turned my volume down on my mic. I watched a lot of the last meeting and I had a few comments. I didn't weigh in on some of your financial discussion because I figured I'd just wrap them into the end here. But I left the county in 2019. I had an audit done of the emergency management program in 2019. The finance director and the commissioners were no-shows to that audit, but they did get a copy of the 18-page report. And most of what comes out of that is the things that you're looking at now. The due diligence and fiduciary responsibility, the things you have to do to get these federal grants. And most state grants are using federal funds. So all the requirements of the second code of the federal regulation, part 200, are going to be the same. You know, being a grant specialist is a pretty involved job these days. The rules keep changing. Those rules entail things like cybersecurity and ADA access and whistleblower. There's a whole lot more than just the numbers and decimal points on finance. The state right now has a grant specialist 3 position posted at a starting salary of $56,000 with a range almost up to $90,000. So just to give you a pay scale on that grant specialist. And as you look to build your finance department, you know, it sounds like you've got some good ideas, and maybe you'll start incorporating all those things to make sure that we have an opportunity to compete where and when these federal and state grants don't have some of the strings attached and the unfunded mandates that we want to stay away from on grants. So, you know, mostly I really appreciate the work that everybody's doing, especially members of the public. There were some comments that, you know, we should give you our public comment and let you do the job. And I've done that for the past 6 years, and the ball has been dropped in certain areas. And so if it wasn't for this public group speaking out and getting things going again, I don't think you'd be taking a look at some of the things you're looking at. One of them that Lucas talked about last week a little bit was the E911 Authority Board. And it's repeatedly been an item in the audit. And when you look at how they list the conditions, concern, criteria, cause, effect, recommendations, the response is always the county response, and the response always says that the county will implement procedures to monitor something or to change something. In the case of E911, it always says they'll implement procedures to monitor the general ledger activity of E911. And to me, you know, those responses in the audit are really just empty promises. There's never been anyone that's held your feet to the fire to get that done. There has been, I think, in this county, I've been here 30 years now, and I worked for the county from 2016 through midway of 2019, but there's been a persistent and complacent culture that really has to change. There are 7 members of the E911 Authority Board, and I believe that every one of those 7 has a fiduciary responsibility to do their due diligence and make sure that they're satisfying those legal requirements. Historically, I think the contract position for treasurer secretary that is responsible for those financial findings, I think that's traditionally a contract labor position. I don't believe it's an employee. I'm not sure if they're 1099 or W-2'd, but that's probably something you as commissioners need to look at. Custer County has 2 of those 7 positions, and one of them has to be a county commissioner who has the authority to sign checks on that board. The other one doesn't necessarily have to be a county commissioner, but traditionally has been. I think in the past that position has gone to someone who worked for the PSAP, the Public Safety Answering Point, and it was used as a means to supplant those individuals' low salaries as dispatchers. And that is definitely not an appropriate use of funds. In the past, and probably in the present, that transfer is made by an ACH every month. So while there's a lot of contention over the the county manager, taking payment out of a cycle. I think you need to look at stopping those ACH payments. And if it's a contract position, there is a 2017 intergovernmental agreement that was written to resolve the problem so that position would reconcile the bank monthly and provide those financial statements monthly. And that person should be getting a check once those things are provided, just like any other contractor would have to deliver those goods or services and present an invoice for payment. I think it's been something that's been brushed under the rug for a lot of years. And I think, you're coming up on a new fiscal year where you can appoint a new chair and new officers. You can look at other contractors, or you can just require that the work's performed before it's paid. The other thing
if you can wrap it up pretty quick here,
okay. Well, the other thing that's a little bit concerning to me is that there's a recommendation to move those authority meetings to twice annually. And if there's no need for an authority board, maybe it just needs to be moved under the county. And like the airport authority board was dismantled, the E911 authority board might need to be dismantled in that fashion. How those funds are collected and how your emergency address is notified so that those tax funds come into that account. There's no public education on that. There's no annual updates. So I would say every one of the 7 on that board should be reading and living up to their IGA. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Give me a date for the Justice Center meeting. I'm recommending the 20th or
You're recommending what?
the 20th or the 21st. A little late to get it tomorrow.
I can't do it the afternoon of the 20th. Sorry, I gotta
Do it in the morning.
only
gonna take an hour or less.
I have like 11 o'clock.
11 to noon
11 to noon.
on 20. You got it? You good, Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what we'll do. This is the, I mentioned at the front of the meeting, if you weren't here, you missed it. But that's we already have a contract. We got a grant that we've already got. We've got a design that they came up with. This is the architecture firm. And they are going to present where they stand right now to the end of the year for the rest of the grant. That's all it is. And I'm going to get everybody that's on that committee together on that phone call. Anybody else is interested, well, it's going to be a Zoom meeting to hear the story. So there you go. All right, I'll do it 11 on 20th.
Okay. I will adjourn this meeting at,
Can I say something first?
wait a minute. We were all, I had no other public comment a minute ago.
Yeah.
This came up and now we got hands again.
You're shortcutting it, Kevin, I'm sorry.
I have not recognized you, sir. Do we still have public comment?
Yes.
Guess so.
Go ahead.
Just have a question. Thank you for approving the job description. Is there any way you can give us some hope that this will be posted soon?
I will, I'll put it on for the next meeting's agenda for discussion to go out for advertisement.
Thank you.
All right. Assuming you have public comment, sir.
I do. So it sounds like the urgency to get the bookkeeping thing in someone more. That sounds like that's the hub of our finances. This thing's been kicked down the road a bit. So hopefully it's gonna go forward. The other part that I'm observing here. Kevin, did you vote no?
That is correct, sir.
So. You're the same guy that said you'd vote again. For that, and I gotta go here, because there's just something suspicious going on.
Amy, he has the floor.
I won't go there, I don't wanna offend you. You and I are gonna have a discussion, though, we have to. The minutes of these meetings. For this meeting that we're involved here, are they significant? Kevin, are they a significant thing?
I have no idea what you're even asking there.
That's what I thought, I'm gonna leave it right there.
Thank you. Brad.
Brad Balsley, Custer County Coroner. I just wanted to give you a quick update on my department. Our deputy's truck has died. And we were kind of anticipating that.
It's in the right department.
Yeah.
Thank you for containing it.
I will notify you when funeral arrangements have been.
That's all we need to know.
I wanted to add too, the coroner is not also under investigation.
Good.
But so just a quick question while we have our attorney here. One line item on my budget we talked about at our budget meeting was that the autopsy budget was restricted. And to my knowledge, that's just in-house. We don't have any grants or anything. We have to.
What does that mean, restricted? I've never heard of that on the budget.
Boy, that's really more a question for Mr. DiNardo, because they always go over restricted versus,
That means it stays in his department, but if he's got it, he can spend it.
Yeah. Yeah, I
don't get
mean,
it.
I don't know.
I think that's what
how
it
we
means.
I'll reach out to Sam DiNardo.
Okay,
Well, he'll be here tomorrow, so I'll ask him that question.
perfect. I'd like to move forward with replacing the vehicle.
It's your,
And I kind of need to know what I've
it's your
got.
budget, your money. You know
Well,
what you
yeah,
need.
outside of it says restricted.
I think that means it's restricted from anybody dipping into it and taking it to do something else with.
Okay.
That may
In the
be,
county.
Okay,
because you're a separate elected official.
right. Well, I'm gonna leave a
That's what-
buffer to cover hopefully anything that comes up in December. But what I've got left, then I can purchase a vehicle.
Good deal.
So I just wanted to notify you that.
Yeah, we need to find out if it's an actual restriction or if it's because if it's restricted for autopsies, you'd have to be working in.
You
the
just
back
could
of the truck.
perform it on the truck.
My is that basically means that we can't, you guys can't say, well, there's a shortfall in the sheriff's department. Let's
You can
fix
transfer it over
Let's
to
take
his.
this money from the autopsy.
It's fenced is what I used to say
But yeah,
in the government
Very good.
that I came out of.
thanks, Brad. Anything else? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Bill Parker. I guess I'm having trouble understanding why we have to move forward in such baby steps. You know, it is possible to walk and chew gum at the same time. And I think we have enough talent in our people to do that. Why do we have to pass a job description in one meeting and then wait a week or two and have another hour discussion in order to post the job description? It doesn't make any sense to me. It further doesn't make any sense to me, Kevin, why you would vote no. But you don't have to explain it.
Well, I gave my reason earlier, so thank you.
Well,
No.
that reason has been mitigated by comments that have been made. That nobody would lose their job, that the whole department would be improved. And the people that are working currently in it would probably greatly benefit by working under a professional accountant. So I just don't understand your continued reluctance. But like I said, you don't have to explain it. You voted no. It's on the record.
Yes, it is.
I'm just failing to understand. Where is the sense of urgency to get this problem fixed? We just are moving so slowly and we don't have to. We need a professional accountant. let's go get one. It's gonna take not days, it's gonna take months to find the right person. It's not an easy job to fill. And in the meantime, we're trying to solve adverse findings in a qualified audit with the same people that were there and resulted in a qualified audit.
That's not exactly true.
We have the same staff and we're reaching out to Sam DiNardo to help us out. And he's an independent auditor and we should not be doing that. I just think there's some reluctance behind the scenes here to get this problem solved. And it's not rocket science what we have to do. That's my comment.
Thank you much.
It's on the minutes.
Sure.
Herb Coder, I don't see reluctance in trying to fix this. I don't understand the urgency to hire somebody that doesn't know anything about the situation that's going on. So you're saying that it's gonna take months to find this person. Why don't you just get to work on it with the people you have and the consultants you have? And if you want to post a job description, post it. But get to work on it and fix the audit issues. And I honestly believe you have the resources to do that. You may find out you may not need to hire somebody.
You don't have qualified people to work on it.
You do not have the floor.
Please.
Can I answer that question?
We're not going into a back and forth, sir.
No,
especially
Please make your
employees.
statement.
Comments.
Mr. Rigo, you did not have the floor.
Let me finish my comment.
Yes,
Okay.
please do.
I ran a business for 25 years. And we didn't have 90 employees, but we had up to 30. I never hired a certified public accountant to work in my firm. I hired certified public accountants through contract to audit the work we do and make sure everything was right. We never got taken to a state audit or a federal audit. So just the supposition that you have to have a certified audit in your employee ranks to get the job done doesn't make sense to me. You can hire people to audit the work that you do and train the people that you have to do it right and make sure that it's right. You don't have to have somebody sitting there for an organization this small to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have not seen any hands. Nothing online. I will now adjourn this meeting at 1:12 p.m. You can adjourn, you could start your meeting whenever you want, sir.
Not till 1:30.
1:30? I thought it was at 1 o'clock.
No idea. 1:30 to 3:30.